Alrighty, it looks like I finally got my mic to work. It's been cutting in and out for a little bit. Um, hey friend, I see you in the chat. I'm going to put my chat on my phone so I can still see you and swap over to drawing time. Ugh, I'm so tired. I just woke up. I had stream set up for 5, and then I was like, oh, well, I guess I'll take a nap before stream, and then didn't wake up in time. So I'm a little bit sleepy, but thankfully I think I can wake myself up. I've got some coffee here, so we should be good. Okay, so where I left off with this is I was finishing up the grayscale before I go to color. I don't have much left to do. I do have to lay in the grid work of the body mod stuff and a couple of other things. I did add in some line work for the mirror portions here, just so that they're, you know, all mapped out and I don't have to worry about doing that later. Just kind of laid it in with like a line tool. So I'm gonna go in and do some touching up on some of this, and we will get things rolling. Hopefully. If thou art a true disciple. Why people call me? Why people use phones? I've actually had like a lot of calls today, and I don't know what it's about, but for some reason 300 people want a hold of me today. Like, I tried taking a nap and I just got repeated calls. It was the worst. So alright, gonna lay in color here, put in some shadows. I also haven't had food yet, so about probably an hour or two into stream I'm gonna either order some food or like make something real quick and take a quick break while I do that. So it's hopefully going to be a pretty chill time today because I don't have a lot left to go on this, so I just want to chill, get it done, have it all, you know, cleared up by the time the year is over. So I'm just going to be working on this today. But yeah, other than people calling me a lot and waking me up in the middle of my naps, it's been a rather good day. I had enough time to take a nap, which is nice, and I did a lot of work through sorting through a bunch of stuff for the next week or so, considering it's going to be the new year, and I really want to get things started off on the right foot. I also did a lot of website design stuff because I'm redoing my website. I tend to do that once a year anyway, just to like keep everything fresh. So I did a new background drawing on there. I did some new programming stuff, kind of got it all cleaned up so it looks nice. And I'm hoping that by redoing my website and everything, I can finally have a website that I like, because my website for the past few years, I don't know, I have this weird, I guess, well, St. Laurent has this idea that it's like a curse, the web design curse, but because I have tetrachromatia, I see more colors than what you should. Like the cones in my eyes absorb more colors than they should, so I see too many color, which is why it's good for me to do this grayscale stuff. But because I have that, I have a real hard time with picking color palettes for things like websites, because normally I can pick a color palette pretty easily. I can make things, you know, look nice. I've kind of learned over time to tone myself down in color so that it's not super jarring and super out there. But with websites, I struggle with picking a color palette that works well with the art that is going on the site, if that makes sense. Like, I don't, when I plan a website, I plan it like it's a color palette for an illustration, and it comes out beautiful, but it doesn't come out looking good for a portfolio. And unfortunately, the standard right now is that portfolio sites are very clean and very monochrome and very like one color. Like so many people's portfolio sites are literally just white and then their logo or whatever. And I hate that, and I refuse to do it. So I always make my website have some sort of pattern or color background, some kind of like interesting elements to them. I usually program in some fun stuff, like this past day I programmed in these like illustration buttons. Like they're little buttons, like they work like a button, but they're like little illustrations of my characters, and when you click on them, I want it to be programmed so that you are pulled to a page that describes like their story and has all the information about them, and maybe a full like a full body like drawing or character turnaround or something like that to pull up. And I, while I was programming all of that today, I sort of realized that like, oh, this is stuff that like, you know, a lot of people use stuff like Squarespace and things like that for their websites, and like no shade on that, like that's a really easy website tool, tends to look great. But I was thinking about that, and I was like, oh, this isn't a thing that people who use those tools do, you know? Like, yeah, you can program stuff in with Squarespace, but it's not like a standard there. So and because places like that have become the industry standard for what a website looks like, you're kind of screwed if you like websites like I like them, which is just overwhelmingly designed. So it's been an uphill battle trying to pick a website style that I like, that also sort of describes me, because I also struggle with like knowing what my style is as an artist and what appearance will look good next to what I create. And I just have like big ol' artist identity problems. And it seems like every piece that I make looks different, like doesn't look like the same artist made it, and it bothers me a lot. So I ignore the problem by like making my website very loud and obnoxious. And I like every time I make a new backdrop for it, or I make a new like thing that goes on my website, it doesn't look like the rest of the website, so I have to design the entire thing. And so every year I've gotten into the habit of just, I'm gonna redesign it, whether I liked the old way or not. I'm gonna redo it, and kind of like amp it up and make it modern. I don't usually change the logo. This year I changed the color palette of the logo, but usually I don't change things like the logo or like site identity things or anything like that. But I do tend to just overhaul the entire thing, like whether it's organization. I think it was last year I did an entire overhaul on the organization system on my website. Like I'll just completely just take everything down, put it all back up. So this year I've given myself a programming nightmare, where I want my my website to do a specific thing. I want the illustration page, when you land on it and are presented with like the thumbnails of each illustration, you know, I want those thumbnails to be horizontal, rectangular little boxes with rounded corners that you can click on, and the illustrations will like pop up. And currently I have it where you can click on them and the illustrations will go to a separate page with the illustration on it, which is good enough. Like I like that well enough that I might just keep it if I run out of time for programming. But essentially what I want it to do is something that isn't programmed in with the website builder stuff that I have. So I have to special program it to do that, because in the website builder they have like photo galleries and things like that. Like it's a website builder, so they've got all the tools. But like their photo gallery sets are freaking, what's it called? They are the like standard style, standard like shape style of things. So there are square photo gallery sets, and there are circular photo gallery sets, and there are like rounded squares and rounded circles, and that's it. They don't have photo gallery sets for literally anything else. And because of that, I've been like, I can't do that, because I feel like the square gallery sets don't look right with my work, if that makes sense. Like the square gallery sets, every time I put them on, it's like, yeah, this is nice, but it's not professional. Like, it looks okay, but because I do such like elaborate, usually very texturally heavy paintings like this, like when I put what I draw in a square gallery set, it just looks off, because it's like I'm not just drawing portraits or like singular images. Like, it would work if I was still, and I sometimes still do, but it would work if I was still doing like majorly concept art and 3D design and things like that. Like that would be fine. Like, or game art, like to have a little square preview of what you have in that thing. That'd be great. I wouldn't object to that. But like, because I don't do that kind of stuff, and I do mostly these like big weighty illustrations, when I look at a square of it, it just doesn't look right. It just looks like a lazy crop of the thing, and it makes the art itself look lazy, and I hated it. Like, I sat there for 20 minutes being upset about it. So, and then I taught myself how to code the stupid little rectangle things that I actually wanted, and I took the rest of the day to do that. So I've coded a bunch of little rectangle things, and what that requires me to do is create image files of the rectangle designed little previews of the illustration. So I essentially have to, every time I make a new illustration, drop it into a file template that I've saved of those little rounded rectangles, and cut it out so that and like pick where it's going to be cut out so that I have it. So when I put it on the website as a preview, I can program that to be the button that goes to the image. And it's a lot. It's just it's so much. And then after doing all of that, because it wasn't enough to torture myself with that today, I also programmed in for, like I said, the little buttons for my characters. And I also wanted those little buttons to take you to not just like a bigger drawing of the character and the description and everything. I wanted it to take you further down the page, where there would be that description. So I had to program in the page to be longer than it is now, because I only have one character little portrait thingy done. So I had to program the page to be longer with spacer bars, and then I had to program the little jump thing, the little jump scroll thing, to activate on one specific word, which was the character's name, and then I had to program that to link to the character's little drawing image, so that when the drawing image is clicked, it tells the thing to pull the scroll bar down to where the character's name is in the document. And the document with all of the characters on it is going to end up being, ages long. So it's just going to pull the scroll bar all the way down to those characters. And I had to program all of that in, get all of that to work. So today has just been programming nightmare, and I'm actually really glad to be in drawing mode now and not programming, because as much as I love learning new skills, programming really like websites and in specific programming websites really is a nightmare. It's just like I have every respect for web designers, because I don't think I could do that as a job. It's so frustrating. Like one little thing goes wrong and you're boned for the rest of your website. You can't, like, you if you can't find that one little bug, good luck having a nice website, friend. It's not gonna work out. So today has been the day. So yeah, after all of that, I was like, I need a nap. I'm gonna take a take 5. Gonna take a nap, and I did that, and then kept being woken up, and now I'm awake. But boy, oh boy, does it suck. So it's just been life's been a ride for the past day or so. But I did start rewatching the Netflix Sabrina. I started rewatching Sabrina Fox. Not because I absolutely love the show, but because the new season is coming out on I think tomorrow, actually. I think on the 31st we are getting a new season, and I'm excited about that. So I'm gonna be doing that probably as soon as that season drops. I'm gonna be watching it. Again, not because I love it, but because new thing drops on Netflix. I like to be in the loop. I am not the same way with Disney Plus, but when it comes to Netflix, yeah, I'll be in the loop. I'll watch the thing. It's a new season of a thing that I've already seen. Might as well. So I tend to do that and watch new seasons whether or not I like the show. Like, Sabrina's a fun romp. I wouldn't say it's bad by any means. It's just not. It's not good. You know, it's one of those where it's like, this isn't terrible. It's just not great. And I have some qualms with, like, some of the choices that Netflix likes to make, like adding in, like, they did it with Riverdale too, but just like making everything sex oriented when it's a show about literal teenagers. Like, I have some issues with that. Like, yeah, the teenagers have the sex. I was a teenager once. I know how that works. But like, I have issue when it becomes this thing where it's like that is the primary motivation of characters, or when like they do it for almost no reason. When it's like, and this just may be the ace of me talking, but like, it really doesn't seem like they're like the frequency of the amount of time that they spend on sex and appealing to like sex appeal seems really overbearing in a lot of Netflix shows and a lot of Netflix specials. And it's like, I get it, they're their own streaming platform, so they can do that, and it's exciting to have that freedom to be like, I want to make content that like would be censored on national television. Like, that's fun. I'm glad that someone out there is having fun writing that. But at the same time, I don't think they always think about whether or not it makes sense for the characters, or whether or not it makes sense for the moment that they're in the scene. Like, it was really bad with Archie. Like, I watched all of Riverdale, and I was like, I hate this. I just hate this. These are literal teenagers, and I'm watching them bone every 2 seconds. Like, not doing this. So, but Sabrina has a similar problem, where I just feel like, maybe tone the sex down when you're dealing with teenager characters. Yeah, same. Like, I don't know if this is the ace thing with me, friend. Like, I don't know if it's just me being hella ace and being like, I don't enjoy this content, or if it's something else, but I do think they're just a little heavy-handed with it. I just think they could stand to lose a couple of sex scenes. They could stand to lose a little bit. We can have a little less of the kink, please. That'd be nice. Like, especially in Sabrina, because it's like, I understand that it's a more adult take on the show, and I enjoy that. I like the horror. I like that they went dark with it, because it's based on Chilling Adventures, and I love Chilling Adventures. So like, yeah. But I hate that to make it more dark, they seem to add sex scenes instead of like doing other spooky things they could be doing, you know? Like, I just want spooky content that doesn't involve sex. I think that's maybe where I'm at. Maybe I want spooky but no bone, please. Or like, if there is sex, please have it be monster sex and not like people, cuz like I'm tired. I'm tired of them forcing characters together to have a sex scene because the writers will it, you know? And it becomes like watching Sabrina over again or rewatching the series to get prepared for the new season. It's so bothersome that it takes you, at least for me, it took me out of the realism of what was going on. Like, I wasn't able to be immersed in the show because of some of the scenes, because I was just like, what is the point of this scene? Like, what are we learning about these characters in this scene that heavily features sex? Because there are a couple where it's like, oh, you learn interesting things about the characters, and then the show tells you them anyway. Like, with Sabrina specifically, they will have sex scenes that show you that most of the warlocks and witches in the show are in some way polyamorous, or like that was in the old times, quote, that was the thing, which I was like, hell yeah, representation, let's go, like I'm ready for that. But you know, they have scenes that depict that, and I'm like, cool, so we're learning that that's a thing, that like, you know, these characters have this as like a part of their history, and therefore when they have relations with each other, it's not always you can't always trust that this is the person that they're like bound to, you know. So I liked that aspect was nice. I was like, cool, so that's the point of a couple of these scenes, is to describe to the audience that this is the thing. But then 2 episodes later, they have one of the characters literally say that point blank to someone's face. They have one of the characters narratively describe, like, oh yeah, you remember, you know, in olden times when all the witches were polyamorous, I miss that. And it's like, why would you have the sex scene then? Like, why do you need the scene that describes that? And then, like, I don't understand. Like, you could literally just have one or the other. You don't have to describe it to people. I promise, yeah, your audience, if they're straights, might have some confusion, but they'll do a Google search. They'll figure it out. Like, you legit don't have to have both scenes in there, but they do, and I'm like, then that just makes that sex scene absolutely pointless. That just made that, I had to watch that for legitimately no reason, and that makes me angry as an Ace person, because I want, if you're going to feed me sex scenes, I want them to have a purpose, right? Like, I don't want to just sit here wasting my time, especially with characters that I do somewhat enjoy. Like, I don't. And then, like, rewatching it, I've noticed how the writing is just painfully, you can tell that the script team or whoever was on team for this is painfully not familiar with paganism, and it just becomes like more progressively painfully not familiar with paganism as it goes on. And like, I don't want to complain about the show because I do like it. It is a fun romp. It's one of those where it's like, I go back to watch it because I like the vibe, I love the mood of it, which happens a lot. Like, I may not like the show itself, but I will get lost in the aesthetic of a show, and I will go back to it because aesthetic is powerful. But like, they're so not knowledgeable about pagan stuff that it comes off as like, some of it is from the comic, so I understand, and the comic was written not a long time ago, but some time ago. I get it. Like, not everyone has been woke for all of our time, but like, I wish they had brought on some people who like understood paganism in the writing room to like describe some things to them, not like force them to make it an accurate representation of paganism, because I don't want that, considering that a lot of the characters and things like that are really elaborate stereotypes that are supposed to be stereotypes, and I'm fine with that. Like, we can keep the elaborate evil stereotypes, love that, fun times, but like, I wish they had brought someone on who got paganism, so that their writing around like the belief system wasn't as clumsy, because it's not so much like I don't like that it's not an accurate depiction of real world paganism. It's not that. It's more that their own logic systems don't make sense in context of the world. And when I sit and rewatch it, it just becomes more and more apparent that the logic systems are not built in a way that makes sense. And it's like, like, they'll say one thing and it contradicts everything that they've said before, and I'm like, I don't get this. I really don't get it. Like, so in my rewatch of it, I've picked out some more like little tidbits where I'm like, okay, I can tell that the writer's room didn't have anybody who was in any way pagan or was in any way affiliated with Satanism. I can tell that they had no clue what they were doing, and they wanted to make a more realistic show, but didn't understand that this is like based on the comic that I think released in the 80s, 70s or 80s. I think the 80s. So like, they're also trying to modernize it, but like also keep it that fun nostalgia bait feel, where like there's home phones but no one has a cell phone, you know, like that feel. It's like every Netflix revamp of a comic book show is like set in the 90s but has the soundtrack and the aesthetic of like a 70s show. And like, I don't hate that aesthetic. It's nice, especially with Sabrina. Oh, Hoshi. Especially with Sabrina, because their set design and their costume design is absolutely amazing. Like, I would murder for half of the clothes on that show. But I feel like because they went so hard on that aesthetic, and then they just, I feel like they crapped out when it came to writing. Like, there's some that's better than others, which makes me think that like some of the writers on the team get it, and then other writers on the team just don't, and they just like never fixed that problem. They were just like, good enough. And I think that also feeds into the sex scene issue too. I think they have like one or two writers on the thing that are like, this is an adult show for adults, we have to make sure that it's not a baby show for baby children, so we have to make them fuck. And it's just, it's like that. It'd be like that. And I hate it. Like, I wish shows wouldn't do the thing with the sex scenes. Wish it wasn't a thing. Wish ace people could enjoy the shows without the many a sex scene. Also, really wish that Ambrose was better was better written. Love that dude. He's my boy. Like, I would kill for Ambrose, but hate how he's written. I hate that they took a good character and fucked him up. But yeah, I've been binge watching all of that this past week in preparation, and it's been a while since I've like proper binge watched a Netflix series. So it's taken some getting used to, because I'm on the weekly upload train right now, since I'm watching Dimension 20, and since I'm like, what else am I watching? I have Hulu now, so I'm like into the new Inuyasha sequel, and I've been watching that, and that was good. And I was past tense I love the concept and the idea, but holy crap, is it not just like Monster of the Week, which isn't inherently bad. Like I don't hate Monster of the Week. It's a good show format. Love that, especially like done well. But it's Monster of the Week in the most obnoxious way, where like nothing changes, you learn nothing about the characters, nothing gets better, and it's just the progression of it is so slow. And I think it's not so much a fault of the show itself. I think it's more the show has the same runtime as the original Inuyasha, which was formatted for television. And the formatting for television is more like an 18-minute show with breaks for commercials and breaks for like a mid-roll break and 1 to 2 breaks outside of that, plus your plus your intro and outro. So like, yeah, the show on the streaming platform is like, oh, it's 30 minutes, but in all honesty, you're getting like maybe 18 minutes of content. And then you have to factor in that every show, they do this thing where they like reintroduce the characters every show. And I'm like, buddy, I've been here since episode 1. I don't need reintroduced to them. I know them. And like, I get where they're coming from, because when they introduced the characters the first time, they had like these little introduction cards that come up, which are adorable, and I love that. I love that as like a thing for anime, because a lot of anime does that, where they have like, they'll introduce a new character and a little like name card, like placard comes up, and it's like this person, and then it tells you like something about them, like their rank, what school they go to, or whatever, something relevant to the show. And so like they have that for this. However, they come up every time, and it's like, okay, at this point I know the main characters. I know Moroha, I know now I'm gonna forget their names and look like an asshole, but like I know the 3 main girls. We've been following their story. I don't need this introduction, and it does that with every single show. So it's just sort of like, why am I here for like the first 5 to 10 minutes of this show? I'm sitting there questioning why I clicked on it, because it's like I don't need any of this. I've already been here. So it's just like things like that are just it just like, again, ruins the immersion. Makes it so I'm like, why am I sitting here? Why am I watching this? And I think it's mostly just that like this show wasn't formatted for streaming platforms, and should have been released not on, like, if it was going to be released on streaming platforms, it should have been released with like episodes cut together as longer episodes or something, because it's like, for 18 minutes of content where at least 7 of those minutes are being reintroduced to characters and plot points that I was already familiar with, it's like not worth clicking on, and not worth going through the intro and outro for, almost. And like, it's not the anime format that I have a problem with, because I watch an assload of anime. I love anime. I have a Crunchyroll subscription. Like, it's not that, because other shows don't do this. It's more that it's the not having, like, not realizing that it's like, oh, I'm already familiar with that concept. And like, other shows make that mistake as well, but like not as prevalently, and not as every episode. Every episode is like, I'm already familiar with that concept. Cool, I know what the 4 perils are. I've been here since day 1. And like, I get it. It's a delicate balance of like reintroducing stuff and keeping your old audience entertained as well. I get that, and it's much harder to do with serialized content. But like, it just seems like someone in the team just didn't consider, like, oh, there might be someone here who has already seen all of these. And like, it may also be that, yeah, it's airing on television right now, and they're not formatting the episodes after they air on television. Like, they're literally taking them straight from the television airing and placing them on Hulu. And like, that's not a problem with the show or the writers. That's a problem with the streaming thing and the way their contract works, because like, they should be formatting things for television when they re-air them, and you know that they do because they have translation. So it's like they've already got like the captions and translation and everything. So they are doing some level of formatting. They're just not formatting enough. Like, they're not making it so that it's enjoyable to watch. And that's been the other big show, I guess, that I've been watching recently, where it's just very jarring, because I normally don't have to put up with stuff like that, where I'm like, okay, keep going, scroll through, gotta get to the actual meat of the story. And it's like, by the time they get to the meat of the story, they only have like 10 minutes to tell you a complete story / narrative. So like, the actual progression of the story is so incrementally slow that it's almost not even fun to watch. Like, because it's like, I'm never gonna, like, there are times where I'm like, am I even gonna watch this week's episode, because I'm never gonna learn anything new about these characters. And that's a frustrating place to be in, like, where I'm invested in the show. I like it. I like the characters. I think it's a fun time. I loved Inuyasha when it came out, when it came to overseas, when I was younger. I love that. I was super into that show, like, loved the characters, except for Inuyasha, hated the main character, which made loving the show really difficult. But like, you know, I was in there. I was like, this is fun to watch. I'm gonna continue watching this show until it stops airing. I've seen all the movies. I have merch. I have gone, and they had like a cinematic orchestra of some of the best music in the show, and I've seen that cinematic orchestra twice at different conventions that I've been to. Like, I wouldn't say I'm a fanboy, but like, I'm in it for the long haul. I do like Inuyasha, but like, so like, when this show came out, I was like already invested. I'm like, I'm gonna watch it. Like, there's nothing anyone can say. I'm gonna make sure that I have a Hulu subscription until this show stops airing, you know. So I did that, and then, like, to be greeted as a fan with like this, I'm just sort of like, dude, like, I get that you have new fans that haven't seen Inuyasha. I understand, and you have to explain some things that were part of the old world that new fans might not get. Like, totally get that. As a writer, that's delicate balance to walk on. Understand that wholeheartedly. But like, this is just to a level that's just obtrusive to the show itself. When there's only 10 minutes of content, that's where I draw a line. Like, please have more content than 10 minutes, and more time for me to get to know and love your characters, because I love them. I want to enjoy my time with them. I want to enjoy, and I've started calling it my Saturday morning cartoons, because it airs on Hulu on Saturday morning. So like, I love my Saturday morning cartoons. I don't want to stop watching it, but like, it's getting really difficult because there's no ramp up of action or anything. It's following, at this point, the sitcom format, where it's like, bad thing happen, we solve bad thing, we learn moral lesson about ourselves or each other, and then we return to form, so that next episode we can do it again. And that's not a bad formula. A lot of, again, Monster of the Week shows use that formula. It's a great formula for Monster of the Week. It's a great formula for a show like Inuyasha. Like, it works really well, because you introduce the concept of like, certain demon has special power, you get a cool demon fight, and then back to Inmia Res, like back to just like sitting down with the group, and you can start every single episode in media res as well, because everyone is already, even if you're not familiar with the group dynamic or the characters, you will be by the time you watch one episode. You get enough of an understanding of these people. So like, they're using this format. They're just, I think they're just using it, or like implementing it improperly, I think, because it's like, it shouldn't be so little of a change that it's almost pointless to watch the episode, and that's what it's become. It's become, when I watch it, there is almost no motivation to watch more, because it's like, wow, so nothing happened, you know? And that's just, it's a bad place to be in. I wish I could like talk to people who work, who either the translators or like someone who works on this show, because I want it to be good. I really do. But like, it's just, it's killing it for me. Like, I'm having trouble loving this show. But there are like really good aspects of it that I'm enjoying. Like, I still do log in for my Saturday morning cartoons every Saturday. So I don't think I'm gonna stop watching it because of this, but it has become, it's almost like a chore watching it now, because I'm just like, I have to get in my dose. But like, it's upsetting, because the world of Inuyasha is interesting, and also the changes in the world are very interesting, from the last show and like the last movie and everything. Like, the world of Inuyasha has changed, and I like that. The issue that I'm having is that they don't tell you in what ways it has, and they don't describe any of the changes. They're just like, now the world is like this, and you're just supposed to know why it's like that. And it's just so weird. Like, they over describe who these people are, but they don't over describe why the world is the way it is after I've been with Inuyasha for like most of my adolescence. So like, I think I could be easily familiar with a new version or a new like iteration on that world, but they don't help you with that. They're like, oh no, you don't want to know about the world, you want to know about this like side character over here. You want to, and because they're also focusing on 3 characters, it gets a little difficult to follow all 3 of them, because they're all mains, but they're not always in the party together, if that makes sense. Like, they split the party much more often than the Inuyasha team did. So like, especially early going, so it's a little difficult to follow each of them. So you spend a lot more time like explaining why characters are going and doing a thing. So like, there's always an introduction with Moroha, which is Inuyasha's daughter. There's always an introduction with Moroha about why she is where she is, and it's like, I don't need that. I really don't. I don't need to know like every little iteration of her day that brought her to where she is, because I know who, at this point, it's like episode 14 or 15, I know Moroha's motivation and who she is. Like, I am familiar enough with her character that when she does something, I can rationalize out why she would do it. None of it is new to me. So like, they will tell you she's a bounty hunter, and they will tell you essentially like, oh, the reason why Moroha was at this place is because she's a bounty hunter and she took a job. So they'll have a whole like 5 to 10 minute like sequence, usually about 5-minute sequence, of explaining how Moroha got to the bounty hunting job that the other 2 girls are already at. Because the other 2 girls are siblings, so you can like rationalize that the siblings are there because like, oh, there's a dangerous thing, we're gonna go fight it, or whatever. And so you get these 2 sequences between both parties, the Moroha and the other 2 girls, and the other 2 girls also have like a pack of demon slayers with them, so like, them occasionally have their own little like 2-minute sequence, and Moroha always acts alone. And because Moroha always acts alone, the show seems to think that you need explained why Moroha would go somewhere. And it's like, I don't actually. I know, like, Moroha is the one character that I can rationalize out why she would be at a place. Like, I can be like, oh, Moroha's there? Oh, okay, well, makes sense, because Demon Hunter and Bounty Hunter, she wanted the money. The person she's getting her bounty from is this guy, he probably put her up to it. Like, and that's all stuff that I can think in my own head and not have to have it explained to me. But the show is like, no, you need to see it. We're gonna dedicate animation time for this. We're gonna make you watch it. And so it's just, I just sit there in my Saturday morning outfit, like Saturday morning pajamas, watching these cartoons and being like, wow, the writing of this, the audacity. And it just, like, I know it probably sounds really pretentious to, like, sit here on my stream and, like, complain about a show that I'm glad is getting another, getting, like, a secondary show, I guess, tacked onto it. Like, I'm so glad, and I'm glad of, like, the author and everyone who is a part of making the show happen. Like, there's no shade on any of them. They're doing great. They're doing great. But, like, just little things, and, like, I'm such a storytelling snob that, like, these little things are almost ruin a story for me. There are a lot of things with television and with stories that I can, like, put aside and be like, okay, this isn't gonna ruin my experience with this piece of media. Storytelling snafus are not one of those things. If you screw up in telling the story, it's like immediately I can't relate to the thing anymore. Like, I have trouble watching it because I have trouble relating to it, and I don't know if that's, it could be like an autism brain thing where it's like I already have trouble getting myself psyched up to watch a thing, or to, like, participate in a thing. So if you, like, screw up the storytelling of it, I'm just like, well, now I can't do any, like, my brain just shuts off and I, like, cease being able to relate to the story or the characters or any part of it, and it just, ugh, it's the worst. But yeah, I've been super into that recently, so I've been watching that every Saturday. What else have I been watching? Oh, I know that I talk a lot about Dimension 20, but I got a, like, recent thing, like, free thing for their what's it called, their platform, I guess, their, like, streaming platform called Dropout. And, like, normally I would never purchase a streaming platform because I don't support College Humor, and also because, like, I hate that many places are just like, we're gonna make a streaming platform, because that works out so well when there isn't one place that you can go for all of your content, where it's, like, all divided into, we will learn nothing from television companies going under with the rise of Netflix. So I when new streaming platforms come out, I almost don't participate in them out of spite. Like, when Disney Plus came out, I still don't have Disney Plus, and I never will. I will never ever have Disney Plus. One, Disney is evil corporation, so I will never ever have it. And two, I do not support new platforms. We don't need more. We had a good thing going with the way that streaming worked on the internet, and then everyone decided that they all wanted a piece of that money, and now we're going to have a revamp of channels on television all vying for money and things, and that's what made television more expensive. And so now I'm like, no more streaming platforms. I will buy and purchase the ones that I have, which is Crunchyroll, Hulu, Netflix, and that's it. No more. I will not support any others. Those three. I do Hulu because I'm watching God, now I lost the title of the Inuyasha one. But yeah, I have Hulu for that one. I have Netflix, because who doesn't? And I have Crunchyroll because anime. And that's it. I will not have any others. But anyway, I got a free token thing for Dropout. And normally I wouldn't get Dropout. But getting a free token thing, I was like, oh, I'll see what's on there. Like, it's college humor, so there's not going to be a lot for me to watch, but I'll do it. And I had already seen, since Dropout has its own YouTube channel and everything, I had already, like, been somewhat familiar with it. I had been watching, they do update their YouTube channel with episodes, so I had been watching episodes on there, on YouTube, just whenever they updated. I was like, oh, there's a new episode of this campaign. I'll watch parts of it. Sounds good. And so whenever I would catch it updating, I would just have that as an episode to watch for that week. And then I got this Dropout subscription and for free, and I was like, oh, now I can watch all the episodes that I missed, or I can watch all the episodes that, like, haven't come out on YouTube yet. So for the past, like, couple of months, well, not even a couple of months, I think I have like a 3-month trial, I have been watching Dropout, and watching all of their D&D campaign stuff, and boy, I tell you, I love live D&D campaign things, like content. Great. Love crit roll. Love me a crit roll. Love Adventure Zone. Love the Adventure Zone. But there is something special about Dimension 20. Like, and I don't know what in particular it is. Like, I tried to explain to a friend the other day why, like, I have a lot of trouble keeping up with crit roll, and part of it is because it's a long running D&D podcast that, like, goes on for 3 to 5 hours at a time. So it's like, I don't know if I have 3 to 5 hours to dedicate to this every week. So that's part of it. But I think my other issue, not that I have an issue with crit roll. I love crit roll. I'm not caught up. Love it though. I don't have an issue with it itself. I have some issues with, like, the fandom, because the fandom can be kind of weirdly ableist and, like, strangely holier than thou, if that makes sense. Like, I run into a lot of crit roll fans who are in this competition of, like, who's the bigger fan, and I just, like, can't interact with that, so I just don't, like, even though I love crit roll, I don't share fan art, even if I make it. I also don't tend to be a part of community groups, and that's just me, like, in general, in all content. I don't like group enjoyment of content. Is not something, as an autistic person, that I derive enjoyment from. But crit roll in specific, the fandom can be rather rabid, so I tend to avoid being a part of it, or at least avoid the parts of the fandom that do upset me, which becomes increasingly harder to do the bigger the show gets. So it's not like it's not that I don't like when shows get big, because this happened with Adventure Zone too. It's more so that the fandom becomes harder and harder to be a part of for me when shows get bigger. Like, the bigger the show gets, the harder it is for me to filter out the parts of the fandom that are harmful, and it slowly eats away at my enjoyment of the actual content, because I can't separate my interactions with fandom from the content itself, if that makes sense. Like, I can't, my brain will not allow that. I get this overwhelming, like, feeling of isolation and almost pain from being in fandoms that are toxic in certain ways, because it feels like being bullied when I was young, like, as a young autistic. Like, it feels like that. Like, it feels like being mocked, because I run into fans who are like, I'm a bigger fan than you because I have X merch or whatever because I have money to buy merch, and like I'm working class at best. I don't have money to spend on crit roll. I love it. I will always love it. But I don't think I will be in a place in my life where I will have money to spend on that kind of thing. And if I do, I wouldn't boast about it because it's like yeah, I'm excited to have the thing, but like I know that that's money that could be spent elsewhere. That's money that could be spent on food. That's money that could be spent on something else. And this, you know, I don't want to like make anyone feel like they can't share that they're happy that they have a thing, but it's more so the competitiveness of it. The like every time you mention that you're a fan of crit roll, for some reason fans come in and they're like, this is all the merch I own. And I'm like, as someone who's poor and already feels isolated from communities because of autism, that hurts because I'm just like, I don't have any merch to share with you, number one, and number two, that's not how I relate to content, and that's not how I make friends. So when people come at me like that, it's just overwhelming, and I'm like, I can't be a part of this community. And there are also like toxic parts of the community that I don't want to feed or be a part of. So like, as much as I adore crit roll, it's like I have that issue with it, and then I also have the issue of it is on the whole like the actors joke around, and I love that. I love them. I love every single one of them. I hope they all have the best times of their lives playing D&D. I love them so much, and I'm so glad that they bring happiness to so many people. Like, I don't want to come across like I don't like crit roll. I really do. But the actors, even though they joke, even though it's a fun time between friends, it is also fundamentally corporate. And like, not that other things aren't, because Dimension 20 is as well, but like it has this shine to it, like this polish that you only get from having a big team making something, from having like money to put places and things like that. And that can also be somewhat isolating for me. And then there's also the whole like, they joke, but it's a fundamentally serious show. And like, I've found that over time, I like my serious shows, but they have to be the right kind of serious show. Like, I love drama. I love tragedy. I love like things that just like wrench your heart. Things that like, not for no reason. Like, I love things that wrench your heart for the right reasons. But like, crit roll is, I don't know how to put this, like an action drama, if that makes sense. And I'm just not always about that. Like, not that I don't like it. I love it. It's like the difference between, and I hate comparing crit roll to Game of Thrones. I hate it. But it's like the difference between Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings, sort of. Where like, Lord of the Rings is this very heady drama. Like, yeah, there's action in it. There's war. Like, there's a lot of like bad stuff that goes down. But it is not made to be that. Lord of the Rings is a small story that has action in it, whereas at times I feel like crit roll is a action first, story later situation. And that's just like, and not that they never do story, because they do, and Matt Mercer is great at writing story. I would never say that he's not. Like, I again love crit roll, but watching it sometimes feels like watching a big bombastic Netflix special, like a spectacle that they spent a lot of money making, and I don't always like that. Like, and so I love Critical Role, and I will always watch it. I may not always keep up with it, but it will always be like one of those things that I adore. But it is a little bit not my speed, you know? And I had to realize that about myself, because I was like, why do I just not derive enjoyment from this? And like, again, there are a lot of reasons. Part of it's fandom interaction stuff that I just don't like. Part of it is the corporatization of it and how it's become more than just D&D, if that makes sense. Like it's become this like its own entity, and it gets harder to relate to as it does. And also, as like a dungeon master myself, I have trouble kind of like watching it, because like crit role is like, yeah, they have fun, they play with stuff, they fudge rules, they not fudge, but like they have their own rules, their own character styles and whatever, but it is fundamentally traditional D&D. And as a dungeon master, I don't want to say I'm over traditional D&D, but like there's so much more fun stuff that you can do that isn't just like playing D&D straight. And it's just, it's like I respect them so much for what they do, and I love that they're doing it, and I would never say that anything that they're doing is bad. It's just that like I almost feel burnout on traditional D&D content. And so I started watching Dimension 20, and what got me into Dimension 20 was Fantasy High, which is the most traditional D&D thing that they have on their site, I think. Like everything that everything of Dimension 20 is standard D&D rules. I think they use 5e for most of it. They fudge some, they like make their own homebrew stuff, but it's mostly 5e. And so like what got me into it is Fantasy High, which is, it revolves around the story of these like students who go to Fantasy High, who are learning how to be adventurers. But it is, instead of like this like olden time RPG influenced, like heavily Game of Thrones-esque storytelling style, it is almost like watching like a teen show from like the 90s in the both the level of ridiculousness and the level of seriousness. Like there are moments in Dimension 20 that had made me sob, and Crit Roll too, but like Dimension 20 more so, because the balance of comedy to serious is like just the right hit level for me, where like I bond really heavily with it. And so like I started watching it, and Fantasy High is just like, the characters are so good in it, and there's not one that I feel like oh, you know, I wish they had done this, or I wish the mechanics had been that, or anything like that. And like I find myself with Crit Roll being like, oh, like I love the storytelling of this, and this is great, but I feel like, you know, sometimes these characters do certain things where it's like, oh, I wish it was like this, or oh, I wish it was like this. And like, you know, I like, I have never wanted to change anything about Fantasy High. Like I've just wanted to love it. And it's something that I noticed while watching it, where it's like, I just enjoy this content. Like, unlike with Crit Roll is fundamentally a different experience, I think, because I love it too, but I feel like my enjoyment of Crit Roll is mostly making my own, like, Crit Roll makes me think. Crit Roll is a piece of media where I enjoy thinking about those characters in situations that they're not in, because they are written to be these like standard fantasy fare adventuring heroes, you know. And like, that's not derogative. Like, I love standard fantasy fare adventuring heroes. Like, I eat that shit up. But because they are that, the fun that I get from Crit Roll is being like, Flower Shop AU, you know, or like putting them in in things where they aren't. And because their backstories and their interactions are so well written and so serious, it's fun to think of crit role characters in ways that they are not written. And so my enjoyment of crit role is mostly like AUs of the characters and like and like enjoying the show to get updated on the next bit of action, you know, to get updated on like, oh, what's the big thing that's gonna be, you know, like, because Matt Mercer is great at reveals, and I'm like, I want to know what Matt is about to reveal to us, you know what I mean? So it's like that fun mystery and also the AUs of the characters that always bring me back to crit role, whereas Dimension 20, the fun is the world, I think, and I think that's the difference. The world in Dimension 20 is so interesting. Every world that Brennan, the Dungeon Master, makes has like grabbed my whimsy in a way that like crit role doesn't, because crit role, it's like, I'm familiar with this, I know this world, I have played D&D for a long part of my life. Like, I've been playing D&D since I was like, oh gosh, maybe like 10 or 11. Like, my brothers were into it, so I played it with them too. But like, I've been playing D&D for a long period of my life, and Magic the Gathering and, you know, all that stuff. So, and playing video games and playing Skyrim, playing Elder Scrolls. So it's like, this is a world that is familiar in a way that like, that is comforting. Like, it's fun to be in that fantasy genre world. Like, everyone loves fantasy genre world. Everyone loves fantasy genre adventure time. Like, it's great. So like, I come back to crit role for that nostalgia feeling of like, oh, the fantasy, oh, the fun, the new reveals, the stuff happening in the world, the, you know. But I come back to Fantasy High and Dimension 20 to feel like I'm being told a whimsical story. And I think it's just a need that I've had much more frequently in my life. And that may just be the state of things now, that crit role is almost too serious for me, or like is too welled up in fantasy, and Dimension 20 is more down to earth. It deals with things that happen in real day to day, not because it's set in real life day to day, but because that's its strong suit. That's Brennan, the DM's strong suit. That's his strong suit, is like real life relatability, I think. And because of that, Dimension 20 just like punches me in the feeling gut when I watch it. Hello, mother object, mother robot, other mother. But yeah, like, Dimension 20 is just good times, and because it just like punches you in the feelings, I got into Fantasy High, and Fantasy High is so much fun to watch, and it revolves around these characters going to adventuring school and like having a good time and everything, but the way it pops off is just chef's kiss. Like, it's just so much fun to watch. And so after getting into that one, that's the first one that I watched on YouTube. So I got onto Fantasy High, and then after getting into that, I was like, okay, I wonder if there's more. And I didn't really get into it much. I spent like 4 or 5 months just being like, no, I'm burnt out on D&D content. I'm just gonna work on my own campaigns. So I did, and made my own campaigns. Made 2 of them. Started running test runs of them. You know, got everything together, and then I was like, I need more like thoughts on D&D. Like, I need more content. You know, something else to consume, to like fuel my motivation to work on stuff, or to you know, have like something going on in the background while I work on my campaigns. So I went looking for, and this was like months after watching Fantasy High, I went looking for D&D content, and I was like, I could rewatch the Adventure Zone. Already watched that so many times though, or like listen to it because it's a podcast. But I was like, oh, I could re-listen Adventure Zone. I could do that. And then I stumbled upon The Unsleeping City, which is season 2 is currently running on Dropout, which I've been keeping up with. That's another one that I'm like, I have to have Dropout because I have to I have to watch. Like, I'm glad I have Dropout right now because I want to watch The Unsleeping City, and I have to get caught up on it before my Dropout subscription goes away. Yeah, I went on YouTube and just went like D&D stuff, and then I saw Dimension 20, and I was like, oh, they're the people who did Fantasy High, and that stuff made me bawl like a baby. Let's go. So then I got into The Unsleeping City, and I thought Fantasy High was good. Fantasy High was great. I wholeheartedly enjoyed every moment of it. It was a fun romp through new imagining of some D&D stuff. Like, it was good. Unsleeping City, though, it's set in semi-modern New York. I want to say 90s New York because a lot of the references are very 90s. And I feel like that's not so much, that's not like an attempt that the DM or like any of the players have made. It's just that I feel the players and the DM are both like probably older than me and probably lived in New York through the 90s and currently live there. So like some of the references are very 90s. You good, Hoshi? Hoshi just got up randomly out of the blue, like something touched her, but like nothing is around her. But yeah, anyway, the references can be a little 90s or a little dated, but like it's mostly played for laughs when it is, so it's not that bad. But I think it's just more so that they are from that generation, so like of course they're gonna make those references. But yeah, I got into the show that it's based in New York, and it follows same adventuring, same people, not same adventuring party, but same actors, and it follows them through their like protecting of New York, which the Unsleeping City refers to an underground part of New York, and that has like magic and is constantly under some sort of like attack by some sort of entity that wants to take over New York because it's the seat of power, like standard fantasy fair stuff. And it follows these characters through New York. Some of them are familiar with the unsleeping parts of the city, and some of them are not. And it follows some of them awakening to this magic, and it follows other ones kind of like learning how to reconcile with the magic parts. And the writing of it is just so like so well done and so like well understood of like narrative that it's astounding. Like the world building on it is beautiful. It's gorgeous. Like cuz it's New York, but like there's just these little touches of whimsy almost everywhere in a way that like if you've been to New York, and I haven't been that often, but if you've been to New York, it's in the way that you feel when you visit New York for the first time. However, it's being told by these people who have lived in New York. They know like the back alley inside joke stuff. But like because it's a magic version of New York, it's got this like fun whimsy about it that like Hoshi, that that is just like inescapable while listening to it. It's like so whimsical, so interesting to listen to, like how parts of the world work and things like that. Like it's just so interesting, and I was like super captivated listening to season 1. I was like, I don't think I've ever experienced world building like this, and like every artist has their own way of world building. But it almost felt like recently I watched DreamWorks Kipo. It felt like the world building in that, in a way, where it's like there's whimsy, there's a little bit of craziness that goes on in this world, but it's not so much that it makes it hard to relate to the world. So like there's still really really heart-wrenching moments that happen, that like really get you, but then there's like these little moments of like happy where you're like, oh my god, like this is such a fun time, I love this. Like, and it benefits from the fact that it starts out starts out near Christmas, so like it's got this like kind of Christmas cheer, Christmas whimsy. At least season 1 begins around Christmas time, so the story has already this like Christmas whimsy, and then of course the characters have to save Santa Claus, and there's like secrets about Santa Claus, and I don't want to spoil it because it's a great thing, a great series, and I feel like anyone who enjoys D&D content will enjoy it. But it's so well written, like, and it reminds me of, like, I love the Adventure Zone too. It's another D&D content thing that like I got heavily into, and then the fandom kind of like pushed me out of it. I used to cosplay from Adventure Zone all the time, but I love the Adventure Zone, and Dimension 20 feels like the Adventure Zone, but just like a hair more serious, because the Adventure Zone it didn't start out as a serious thing. It started out as like a bunch of brothers and their dad playing D&D together. And so since Dimension 20 has that like small benefit of like having the studio behind it, and there's nothing wrong with that, like they have a little bit more planning ahead of everything, so it just has like a slight bit of edge where it's like it's planned and you can tell there's a story. There's something there that like you have to uncover, but the mystery is so well told and well hidden that like watching it is just a delight. And then on top of that, the actors are all they're all like these comedians slash actors who have like, you know, been around in the acting scene for a while, but since they have that just edge of like comedian chops, the jokes just hit, and they land in a way that jokes don't land in other D&D content. With the Adventure Zone, the jokes are funny because it's these like goofy brothers who are mostly menacing their father, and their youngest brother. It's mostly just menacing Griffin, but it's funny because of that. So there's that. Crit Roll's funny parts are mostly quips, and it's mostly wit, and I love that about Crit Roll. I love witty comedy. Dimension 20's funny parts are almost like being in the room with your really funny friend. Like, because these are comedians, the jokes build upon each other in a way that they don't in other media. Like, they have jokes that layer on top of other jokes that are, the timing is just right for, that only you get with like experience. Like, otherwise I don't think that they would make all these jokes land. So it's like this level of funny that like just hits you, and that makes the highs of other parts of the content go even harder. It makes the highs of this so much better because you have these great jokes and these upbeats, and then you have these like parts where it just gets almost like devastating. Like it just pulls you down into this like pit of like horrible despair. And that is what I love. Like I love when a show is able to make me laugh and be on the verge of crying within a short time span, and not a super short time span, but like the episodes are 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and it's a short enough time span that like I don't know how the writers do this, but the writing on this is just so well done that it's like, wow, okay, cool. So I didn't know I was ready to cry today, but apparently I am, and like, ugh, tired. But yeah, like Dimension 20, great. So I watched Fantasy High, and then I watched The Unsleeping City, and then because I got the Dropout subscription like 2 to 3 months later, I was able to watch gosh, what is it called? Crown of Candy. And Crown of Candy is like their answer to Game of Thrones, and it is so much fun. It is this like high stakes, high craziness, like Game of Thrones murder mystery slash just like all out brawl show where like they're it's based on them all being candy people, and like fighting with other food group people, so it's like it's already got that sort of like semi funny premise, but it is extremely extremely well done, where it feels like watching Game of Thrones but without all of the horrible incest and terrible sex, and it was so fun to watch. So I watched that one, and then after that one I watched after that I had the encounter with season 2 of gosh, I'm so tired. This is what happens when you wake me up from a nap. But I had my encounter with season 2 of The Unsleeping City, and I had seen advertisements for season 2 on YouTube because I had watched the season 1 on YouTube. But at this point, I had Dropout, and I was like, I have a free Dropout subscription. I'm gonna watch season 2. So I started watching season 2 of Unsleeping City, and got like heavy into Unsleeping City, rewatched season 1 and then watched season 2, and season 2 is not all the way out yet, so I got into watching it weekly, and then I was like, now I have to wait for more season 2 to come out, so what am I gonna do now? So I had to find more to watch, and so I got into the other shows on there. So they have like a toy heist show, which is amazing. And then they have Escape from Bloodkeep, which is also really good. Escape from Bloodkeep has Matt Mercer in it, so of course it's gonna be great. But yeah, it's just I Dimension 20 is just absolutely fabulous. I can't praise enough the show, and like I would never support a corporate entity that like doesn't do well by its workers. I don't support College Humor, but Dimension 20 is something special, and like I feel like if I didn't be a part of it, if I wasn't like watching it actively, that I would be missing something in my life that has brought me a lot of joy and a lot of like good happy moments in these past few months, because life's been hard for everyone, and I feel like everyone needed like one little thing to latch on to, and Dimension 20, I think, has become my thing, my like one thing that like when there's an update, it like cheers me up instantly. And like for a while, Crit Role was like that for me, but since the fandom became the way that it is, it has stopped being that way for me, where I see a thing coming out about Crit Role, and then I'm like, oh, if I don't have time to watch it, I can't wait for the next time someone on Twitter calls me a fake fan, you know what I mean? Like, and it makes me almost bitter when I see updates from it, and I don't want to be that way about my favorite shows. So sometimes I have to take a break and just be like, okay, I can't watch Crit Role for a few months because I just feel burnout and I feel not valid as a fan, and I feel like, and it's of no fault of like the creators or anything like that, but I feel like it just gets that way sometimes for me, and I have to like settle myself and like take a break and be like, okay, now it's time to watch something else. So for me, it's been Dimension 20. Like I got into that hard. Now I can't stop. But yeah, like if you are looking for more like D&D adjacent content to watch, Dimension 20, I highly recommend it. It's so good. It's so well written. It's so well done. The actors are all great. And yeah, you do have to, in some ways, support Dropout to participate in it. But for me, it's one of those things where it's like, one, no ethical consumption under capitalism, and two, the actors, I feel like deserve attention, and so I recommend that you watch it on YouTube, and don't give the corporation money. I just do, because if I don't watch the new episodes, I feel bad, but like, yeah, watch it on YouTube. All the seasons go up. They go up kind of late, but you can still watch them. The full thing of the first season of Unsleeping City is up. You can watch most of the others. I think the only ones that aren't up fully are like Tiny Heist and possibly season 2 of Fantasy High. But it's been going on for quite some time. And so, like, it's such a good show. It's such a good show. Alright. I think I'm about to the point where I can finally add color to this. I'm like finally settling on this thing. Oh, I have to add in the scarification. That's the only thing I have to add. So we're gonna do that real fast. Totally forgot to do that. That's what I logged in to do today. To finish today was these parts. And guess what I didn't do? But yeah. Other than Dimension 20, though, I haven't been like super into that many shows or anything. Although Netflix has been wanting me to watch this this like sitcom called Kim's Convenience, and I think they just advertise it because of like the popularity of shows like the To the Boys I Loved Before and things like that. Because like shows like that have become like mega popular now. But I did watch a couple episodes. It's based in Toronto, and it's pretty good. Like it's not bad. It's a pretty interesting sitcom. So I did watch a couple episodes of it, but other than that, I've been like not really watching TV. And if I do, I've been watching reruns of things, like catching up on Sabrina before they drop the new season and things like that. I've just been like not really interested in watching too many television items, other than Dimension 20, if you count it as television. But that's been like it. I haven't really wanted to watch much else, so I've been kind of just like working on stuff and doing my website planning and doing all that stuff, getting everything set up for next year, getting all my accounts set up for everything, since I swapped everything over to Square. this last year, so I've got a set square up and all that stuff. Where are we at? It's about 7 p.m. So I think what I'm gonna do is I will finish all of these little guys, all of the like little circuitry, scarification stuff, and then I am going to. Okay, I'm gonna make this more detailed. But I'm gonna finish these, and then I am going to take a break, get some tea for my voice, since I'm hella tired and you can probably hear it, and then I will do some color on this baby, so that'll be fun. God, little fiddly lines like this. I mean, I'm gonna go over these because I want them to be glowing, but for right now, I'll just take these in. Oh, the other thing that I recently watched is the newest episode of Hell of a Boss, and like, I know, everyone hates Vivzy Pop, or like, I don't know if we hate her or we love her right now. I never know. I'm not hip on the tweets. I'm not aware of who we're supposed to hate today. But I did watch that. I almost have no thoughts, because I didn't really like the pilot. The second episode is better than the pilot, I'll say. That's like kind of my only thoughts on it. It's just kind of like, I can't even really like put my finger on what I dislike about it, because it's like demon monster creatures and they all talk about fucking each other. Like, it's usually my jam. I'm here for that. But like, I don't know, there's just something about it that it just seems off for me in a really strange way, where I can't connect to it. Like, I watch it and then I'm just like, oh, that's interesting, but I like don't want to watch more. So I watched it just to see, what it would feel, what it's like, kind of, and it turns out it's a thing. It's kind of mediocre. So that has been a thing that I've done recently. Where are we putting these things? Okay. Neat. Sorry, I'm looking at sort of a chart of where I want to put some of this stuff, because the character has some interesting markings and things that I want to make sure that I put down, there's no quote correct way. I mean, I'm sure there is, knowing Mel knowing Mel, he's got a plan out for this, but I want to make them go with a style that I've mapped out for myself in prep for doing this. So I'm trying to look at that, toggle back and forth on that while I'm working. So if I stop drawing for 3 seconds to do something, that's what I'm doing. I'm looking at that page. Okay, so I've got that. I'm gonna have it climb up the neck a little bit too. Because the other thing that I did here is I wanted to be able to draw these elements on this character, but this character is very rarely naked, so I didn't want to go against the character's style to do so. So I did these like mirrored images, and I was talking to Mel, and he said that I should do these like mirror bits, and then have the mirror bits have the stylized like markings and stuff on them. So I'm doing that, having these like having this figure have these parts, and then not having as much emphasis on it on other parts, because you can always have less later. But yeah, this is something that like I adore. Like, if anyone gives me a commission with like markings on the skin, like whether it's tattoos or scarification or like anything, I'm like, yes, my jam, let's go. And it just like, even if it's not like a humanoid character, I just really like this kind of stuff. I like drawing it. But yeah, this is my jam. So yeah, I'm gonna lighten some of those later. I'm also going to add a couple just on the neck bit here that you can see, because I feel like they would be here. Especially in a character that generally has a lot of bits covered. Okay, and then on the hand, is this the right hand? That's the wrong hand. Okay, so I can add in this one here, and over here. But I really want it to look like somewhat circuitry, but then also like scarification or like tattooing. So I'm putting in these like dark elements, and then you'll see in a moment I'm gonna add in some like lighter bits to layer over top of these little elements, just to make it a little bit more realistic and believable. Also, earlier I lightened the skin tone of this face, so now some elements of that face are getting a little washed out, so I gotta go in with lighter tone just to sketch some out. Oh yeah, and the back piece, that's the other thing. I had this shirt be slightly open with these like buttons, so that I could have these little moments here in the back where you can see. Circles, we want like, I want like, oop. I don't know what this is, but I don't know if any other people have also experienced this with Clip Studio, but I've run into this thing where like occasionally my sketch pen in Clip will bug out and like go full force, like I am bearing down on it for no reason, and then like all I have to do is hit the eraser button and it'll go back to normal. And I haven't figured out why it does this yet, but it's been a thing that I don't know if it's like a glitch with my tablet or if it's a glitch with the pen or what, but it's just been an odd thing that it started doing, so I've had to deal with that. Like occasionally if you see me click down and then my pen does a weird thing, that's why. It's not because I'm bearing down real heavy on my pen. It just likes to be like that occasionally. And then we want some like diamond situations, some lines. I want to do like a real big diamond over here. I want to give it these like little notches. This is like when I was younger, one of my favorite things to draw was like just elaborate little patterns everywhere. So this is just that. And I think that's why I like drawing this kind of stuff. I love doing like tattoo maps for characters and stuff because I love like having little bits of information about them like this, where it's like, ah, I see, you have markings on skin that are easy to identify things. Okay, cool. So we have all that. That is all laid in. Oh, stretch. Oh gosh, and then after this, we should be good to do color, I think. Yeah, LMAO, thanks. I'm glad that you said that you also just went in and gave him an open titty window. That's what I wanted to do originally, but then Mel was telling me that apparently he wouldn't wear that sort of thing. So I was like, oh, I see. In that case, I'm just gonna do my best, I guess. And I gave him like an open back shirt and full clothing in one panel, like partial clothing in the middle panel where in the mirror, and then almost snaky in the other panel where it's just like a blanket. But I put all that in because I was like, you can't give me this character. Yes, exactly. Business in the front, party in the back. But like you cannot give me this character and tell me he has all this cool stuff and then tell me not to draw it. That's blasphemous. You can't do it. Like, it's against all laws. Every law. But yeah, so I've done that. Now, I'm gonna add a couple little extra, like, bits here on the shirt in the front. And I think, at this point, I can probably take, like, a quick break and... but consider it's a government secret. Yeah, true. But yeah, I think at this point I'm gonna take like a real quick break time and then get some tea, get some food, and then I'm gonna come back and actually start doing color. But before I do that, I'm gonna combine all of this to a new layer so that I have a layer that is just all of the value underneath. And then I can come back when I get back here and do all the color stuff on top of the value layer, and it'll mesh down. I'm so excited to do color on this. I'm so excited. It's gonna be so fun. As soon as the layer actually happens, that would be great. I would love for the layer to happen when I want the layer to happen. I also love when Clip Studio just cuts out for me and decides to not. Apple shampoo, great. That's my new name. My new name is Apple Shampoo. We all have to refer to me as that now. Well, while Clip Studio has a freak out and makes my entire screen black, I'm gonna go to my waiting screen. I'm still here for a couple minutes because I have to make sure that this actually saves, and like does the new layer. So I'll be here, but I'm just gonna go to that waiting screen for a bit and sit here and wait for Clip Studio to stop being the way it is. It would real suck if Clip Studio deleted all the work I just did. That would real suck, my guy. Please do not do that. Oh, I can also grab my charger for my phone. His phone's about to die. phone is how I've been seeing you guys' chat. So if I'm late in seeing bits of the chat, that's why. You can say things in the chat, but I have to like look over at my phone, and if I'm like super into a thing, I will most likely not look at my phone. But yeah, I'm gonna wait for this to do a thing. Oh, she came over. She woke up. What a good lady. Wait for Clip Studio. Just sit here and wait. Silently. I have nothing else to do. It's just, like, I can't even, like, fix my stream or anything right now, also, because Clip Studio is just white screen of death right now. So, it's like, here we go. We're saving the recovery information, finally. It finally gave me the layer that I wanted. Now we've got to wait for Clip to save the recovery information. It finally woke up. Good morning, Clip Studio. And I don't want to walk away from my computer until it's done saving recovery information, because I need Clip Studio to be alive. Thanks. So I'm just gonna sit here until Clip Studio is done being like this. And like, okay, I'm giving Clip Studio a lot of shit, right? But like, also, it's my own fault, because if you look on the side of my layer folders, I have so many. I have so many layers on this project. I have so many layers. I have so many layers that I might just save this file as a separate thing and open it by itself. Like, I'll save this with all the layers so that I can, you know, mess with it later, and then save this file. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save this file as its own thing, so that when it is time to do the color when I come back, I will have a file that is clean with not very many layers. I think that's the best idea I can come up with to fix this, so that Clip Studio stops being like this. So I'm gonna do that. Gonna save some stuff. Gonna wait for Clip Studio. It's at 98% of saving the recovery settings. Just at 98%. It's also probably messing with my stream, so I'm glad I put it on the "We'll be right back" screen, because it needed to have not very much screen difference or whatever, because I think my CPU is struggling right now to save this plus run the stream, so it's good to put it on a screen that won't lag my computer so much. But yeah, save this as its own entity and put it on a different file and everything. And I'll also save the finally, okay, save as. Oh god, the stress. Yes, replace that file. Now I have to wait for Clip Studio again. Okay. Save as. Also gonna save it as the JPEG. Yes. What? Okay, finally. Okay. JPEG is saved. I'm gonna take all of these layers off and this layer off. Where is my nice roll layer? That's the sketch. That's not what I wanted. Is this it? That's also not what I wanted. Where's my rounded corners layer? Did I delete it? Oh, I'll be so mad if I deleted it. then I have to do the rounded corners again. It's not that much harder. I was gonna do it anyway. Still sucks though. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to delete it. Okay. Then I have my color layer file, save as, and this is the color palettes that I was gonna work for. So I'm gonna do those as a pinch so that I can put them so that I can put them on top of the layer when I reopen this as its own thing. Alright. Now I wait for it to render the image. Hopefully Clip Studio doesn't die while doing that. Blizz, don't die, Clip Studio. Oh, we're back to white screen. Oh, the pain. Okay, finally, okay. Last save thing that I have to do. Last thing. Once I'm done saving all these things, I can finally take a break. I can go get tea and soup. Actually, I'll probably drink coffee. I'm so tired right now. I need coffee. I have only had, in the past 24 hours, like 3 hours of sleep. I need coffee. I'm gonna do a coffee instead of tea. Coffee is the way to go. Cool. All right. Finally closed all of these windows, just so that Clip Studio stops having freak out. And I am going to finally get a break, get a coffee, get a food object. I will be right back. That was a lot to watch. I was afraid my computer was gonna die, so I'm gonna give my computer a break. It's still gonna be streaming. We're gonna be in the be right back screen for like 15-20 minutes while I go get stuff, go to the bathroom, do a break time, all that stuff. I will be back. Alrighty, I returned from having myself a food object and from taking dog out. I realized I had to take her out before it rained, and I just made it because it just started raining a little bit a while ago. So I was able to get my dog out. Also got myself some coffee and some soup. And whenever I eat, I always forget that, like, unlike a normal person, unlike a person in general, I like my food to harm me. So I made this, like, about a week ago now, I made this curry lentil soup. And I know I've been, like, going on about it since, I don't know, probably a couple weeks ago. I'm gonna swap over to painting here. But yeah, I went on about it probably a week ago, probably last Sunday's stream or something. But I've got like enough of it that it's in the freezer, and then I have supplies to make more of it. So whenever I make it, or I reheat some, I forget that like it's not super spicy. It's just got a lot of spices in it, and it immediately like makes my nose just run like a faucet. Like there's nothing I can do to stop it. So for a good like 10 minutes after I eat, I just nose run. And instead of eating like a smart person and pacing myself, I consume this food in particular with the speed of like, with light speed. Like I don't stop to think while I eat. I just like consume. And normally I wouldn't say I'm a slow eater, but like I have ADHD, so I get like distracted, and normally because of those distractions I can't really like eat very fast. But no, with this soup and with other soup objects, I just consume, and it messes with my nose for the entire time. So yeah, I've been trying to get my nose clear for this whole time after taking the dog out and eating dinner. Also, I found my sketch with the cropped corner backdrop that I was looking for before I left. So I'm gonna plop these into Clip Studio because I know the screen is blank right now. So I'm just gonna plop in what I did before here, and it looks like as far as stream goes, we're about at the 3-hour mark, which means I got about 2 hours to finish this, which I'm actually not that worried about. So yeah, I plop in this, and then I'm gonna put in the sketch too, just so that I can see them next to each other and get them to line up and everything, and get that background together. Here it is. Open this. Clip Studio is taking its sweet time today. Alright, neat. And I think this all lines up pretty perfectly. It does. Yay, okay. So, the reason why I did that is because I'm going to make a selection from that layer eventually. So I'm going to duplicate this and rasterize it and use it to make a selection to make this layer have this border like this, like the sketch layer does. So I'm going to do that, but beforehand I realized that I didn't, before I merged all these layers, I didn't put in the light, the like lighter parts of these little like markings. So I'm gonna go in and do some just like touch up lighter portions just to make them stand out just a little bit. And I'm also gonna go in with a like very precise line brush to do this later. But right now I just want like a little bit of glow on them, just enough so that they show up and they're not like just there, like they're, so that they look like they're part of the skin. So I'm just going to lay in a couple lighter points, a couple darker points. So that they read, because otherwise these aren't going to look like they glow when I do the glowing overlay. And it's not going to be like a super accented glow, but it is going to be a glow. So I want them to have points where, because otherwise the glow is going to overlay on top of them, and then they're just going to look like the skin around it is going to look glowing, and that's not what I want. I want it to look like the light is coming from the markings themselves. So, and I placed these in here knowing that I was going to do that, and then didn't. That shows you how well my brain is working. But I did get a coffee, so hopefully in the next few minutes coffee will kick in and I won't be as tired. But this is how my life be when it's like coming to the first of the year. Every time first of the year rolls around, I always am hyper sleep deprived and full of energy to do things, because it's like, oh, it's the first of the year, it's time to do all of the projects that I need to set up for marketing and everything for next year. So I tend to do all of those in the week after the holidays. Which is why I'm doing all of this now, because I'm trying to get all of my commissions done before the year ends, and this is the last one that I need to do. So, and the only reason that this one was put off is because it's a friend, so I knew, like, if I don't super get to this one, that I can do it at the end of the year, and my friend won't hate me. Like, yeah, it sucks that I had to delay it, but had to do other things so that I could eat. So, and I knew that he'd understand. Neat. Okay, so I've got all that. Oh, I also need to import the colors. And these are just going to be like a rough estimate of the colors that I want to put in this, but I just have a set of colors picked out that I like, that I'm going to keep. If I can find them. I know I saved the colors as an image. I know I did. Ah, here they are. Oh, they saved as a PNG as well? Interesting. I didn't think they had. Of course, Clip Studio is going to cut out for a bit. Okay, there we go. So yeah, these are the colors that I picked out. I'm also going to rasterize this, just so that I have these. And what I think step one usually is for me, after I've done my grayscale and I have all that squared away, is to do a flat color change on everything. So I make a new layer and I go to color, and what this does is that it makes it so that when I do more color later, I already have it laid down. So I'm going to take this yellow, and lay this down on top of the chandelier. And this is mostly for background stuff, just doing this like flat color stuff. But when you do a color layer, it overlays the color that you grabbed on top of the color that you already have there. And just kind of like it doesn't change the tone or change the opacity of anything. It just like changes it to that color. And I like to use this when I have colors like gold and things like that. That can be a little tricky if you don't have the values right. So I like to have this so that I can just make a thing gold after I've already done the value settings on it. And this also makes my life so much easier when I'm doing like heavily detailed stuff like this, because I can just go in, change the color value on something, put it at an opacity layer, and then be done with it. So, and my nose is still kind of running. Promise I don't have the COVID. I just ate spicy soup. But yeah, I'm trying to think of like other things that I've watched recently, but to be honest, like I'm more on YouTube and Twitch than I am on any television situation. Oh, Hoshi's in the background. She's crying and I don't know why. Probably because I'm not paying attention to her. How dare I? I did just take her outside, so she should be happy. I didn't take her on a walk though, because I could tell it was gonna rain, and because I had to get back to this. Usually Wednesdays are walk in the morning day, but we skipped that this morning because I slept in a lot. Well, not slept in. I say slept in sometimes, but like what I mean is I laid in bed and watched Netflix, and my brain was not on. Like I'm usually when I'm like quote slept in, I'm awake. I'm just not a person. But yeah, that this morning I just was not functioning, and so we had to skip walk time. But also it's kind of going to be rainy today, so I figured, you know, it wasn't that big of a deal. Usually I walk her like once or twice a week. When we go pretty far, we walk like a couple miles. Or if I'm gonna do multiple times a week, I'll walk her like around the park once or twice, and the park where we live is like, I think around the park 3 times is a mile, pretty sure. So I usually go, you know, half to 3/4 of a mile with her. But yeah, I've been watching YouTube stuff recently. Obviously, because I'm a raging queer, I like to watch Try Guys, so I've been watching their newest like seasons of stuff. Been watching makeup YouTubers, stuff like that. I miss doing makeup a lot. Like I really miss putting on makeup. I don't anymore because I can't be bothered to be wearing makeup when it's like I shouldn't be outside anyway. But I might start. That was like one of my things for January, is to start actually putting on makeup in the day-to-day, because not because like I need it or I feel like better with it or anything, but because I like the art of putting on makeup. Like I like the art form. I like being able to make different shapes and different things and blend color palettes and have fun with it. So I might start doing more makeup looks again. If I do, they're probably not going to get posted, and if they do get posted, they're going to be on like, I don't know, Instagram or something. Like I doubt I'm going to put them online. I just tend not to do that. I tend to not share my life on the internet. It's a big thing, like putting even this out there, because I usually am not this active online, even as an artist, and that it's like really bad for my art career, but I am not an online person. I just don't like being on the internet. Like, and it's just so wild because like as an artist you kind of have to like being on the internet. You have to be out and be personable and like have a personality that you share with others. And like, I don't know, it might be the autism, but it just, there's something about doing that just seems inherently fake or like lying to me. Not that I think that other internet people or like content creators are fake, but like for me it seems fake, if that makes sense. Like it doesn't feel real. It feels like I am telling a lie about myself, even if it's all true. even if everything that I'm putting on the internet is a truth, even if like I'm just sharing my day-to-day thoughts, I constantly feel like they're lies. Like I just feel like and it people have told me that this is imposter syndrome, like this is what this is, but I don't know if that's what it is. But I feel like because of masking for autism, I feel like I created like this cultivated sort of persona for an online image, I guess, if that makes sense. Like I cultivated this style of person that I wanted to be on the internet, you know, which is a healthy thing to do. But the style of person that I cultivated, one, isn't me, and two, isn't profitable anymore. If that, I don't know how I can explain that, but like when it was time for me to make an internet persona, right? When I went to school and they were like, this will help you with making art, it will help you with getting jobs, you should have a persona, it should be like this, you know. The teaching around it was very new and also wasn't the best. Like it was very professional centric in a way that our world isn't anymore. Like there were hard and fast rules that I had to follow when it came to like posting certain things or creating certain content that aren't there anymore, because of the way the world works now, because of the way the internet works now, how there are many different groups and factions for everyone to have a place to be, you know, which fundamentally is a good thing. I'm glad for that. I'm glad that we have these many niche little like rooms and chats and places for people to hang out, and I'm incredibly thankful that I even have one person willing to come hang out with me in my little weird corner of the internet, you know. But because it was like this when I started like being a part of the internet, and I was taught that the right way to do it was, you know, this specific way, I don't know, I got like swept up in it. Like the autism believed it wholeheartedly and still imposes those rules on me, still makes me follow them, even though they're not really relevant anymore because I have never learned new rules. So there are times where it's like I want to share something and then I'm like, I shouldn't, like even if it's my own artwork, you know, I'll be like, I shouldn't share that because it's unprofessional or it's not finished or whatever. And because of the nature of the internet now, that's really not good for you as an artist because it makes it so that people see you less on their feed, right? So it's kind of like fed in, it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy where it like feeds into this feeling that like this imposter syndrome feeling that like I don't belong on the internet with other artists because I don't post as often as they do, or I don't post what they do, or you know, things like that. And it just it spirals, and then it's like that makes me want to post less, and then that makes me want to be on the internet less, and then that makes me my feelings toward the internet more hostile. And it just like keeps going from there where I just cease wanting to be a part of the internet. And I've realized that about myself. So like in the past few years I've tried fixing it by being out there, but I still need to take these like long breaks and things like that. But it's become this thing where it's like an ongoing fight with my own brain to let me be myself on the internet. And it's something that like other people don't seem to have much of an issue with, even other people who have autism. I just think it's like trauma from being in school at the time that I was and being taught in the way that I was about professionalism and how to exist online, because I was just taught like all these specific rules that you have to follow, and how you'll never get a job if you don't do XYZ, you know. And since then, I just haven't been able to function if I don't do that. And then I like beat myself up if I don't adhere to those standards. Like if I don't make it to that really difficult to adhere to standard, I tend to be like, well, then I'm not a real artist, you know. Like I'm like, well, pack it in, boys. Better give up, because we're never gonna make it if we don't make it to that standard. So it just, I don't know, it just becomes like this bad time, and it's been like that for years. So I'm trying to break out of it by doing streams, by showing people what I make. Because the other thing I realized is that like I have really good friends, really good friends in the art world who have never seen my art. Like, and that's just wild to me, as someone who also creates art and makes money on it and is ostensibly a professional, as much as I hate that word. To have people that are like important to me in my life who have never seen what I make and have never seen my work is just crazy. But it's just because I don't share anything with anybody, because I feel like sharing things with people isn't professional. I don't want to blame like school 100% for this either, because I also feel like part of the issue was I was in a really long, terrible, very abusive relationship, and like I was also taught in that relationship that like, because it was with someone who I'm like, I don't want to speak ill of people, but someone who like was very narcissistic and did not like that my art and things like that got attention, and kind of convinced me that it was, quote, like not appropriate to share my work with people, that I like shouldn't share it online, that I shouldn't speak to people about it, that like no one wants to hear about it. It's dumb. And not like that my work was bad, like they never were able to convince that of me, but they were very much able to convince me that like no one wanted to see it, whether it was good or not. So I spent many years of my young adult life just like not posting on the internet, and like if I did post, and I had like secret blogs, I did post occasionally, but when I did, I never had a lot of followers because I wasn't consistent with posting, and then the places where I did have a lot of followers were mostly art blogs and mostly for NSFW work. So by the time I got to a point where I was like, hey, maybe I don't really maybe I don't like it when like gross dudes message me a bunch of things that they want me to draw and a bunch of stuff that they're gonna do to me when they find my house. Maybe I don't like that. Maybe I wanna not be in that area of art anymore. By the time I got there, it's like I'm already too deep in. There's no way out. And like, not to tell anyone not to go into that field, because it's lucrative. You make a lot of money, but like it does take a toll that you can't always plan for, and eventually when you want out, it's hard to get out. Like I'm technically still not 100% out of there, so it's like I wish I had education on this that was more helpful, that like kind of like saw things the way I see things, which is like hard to do with someone who's autistic, but just like, you know, I don't think anyone could predict the way the world was gonna go, but just to be able to like tell us that it's okay to not always be professional 100% of the time, all the time. because that's the thing that gets to me the most, is that I constantly feel like I am not professional in any form. And to be honest, professionalism gets you absolutely nowhere in art, and like I was taught that it got you everywhere, and it really doesn't. And like I don't know why art people, like people in the art community, keep perpetuating this lie, that professionalism will get you everywhere. Because the thing is, professionalism, yes, while it will make your clients happier to work with you while they're working with you, right? It won't get you the job. And that's what I kind of had to learn, is like, because people will tell me things like, oh, being professional will make it so that people take you seriously and things like that. And that's never been the case. What has always been the case for me, and maybe I'm just an outlier in this, is that I get jobs from being me, from like being absolutely bonkers on the internet and yelling about my favorite character to a thing. And most of my work is from that. Like literally most of my money is me screaming about Dungeons and Dragons and yelling about my favorite characters on stuff. And I've never ever gotten work out of sheer professionalism, out of like, oh, I have this really nice professional portfolio on the internet and someone saw it and they gave me work. Like that's just, I don't know if that's how it worked years ago, but that just doesn't seem how it works now. It really doesn't. Like I keep being told that that's how it works, and I'm like, okay, well, when is it gonna work? Because I've never gotten work from someone finding my website randomly and being like, oh, I like your work, how about I hire you for a thing? It's always some like random Twitter post that someone found, and they were like, oh yeah, you're the person that does this thing. Or like they find my Tumblr and they're like, oh yeah, you're the person that does the fan art, the really cool fan art of this thing, you know? And then they're like, would you like a job doing blank? And like it's always something related to what I posted too. So it's like, sure, I love thing. And so I don't know why they tell us these things. I don't know why they spend all this time like weirdly setting it up that the world works a certain way and then it doesn't. And it's like, why even bother? Why bother? But that's just been it. I'm hoping that this next year that I can, I don't know, kind of fix that about me, like open some of those doors and get myself to post on the internet more, to post what I do more, to be out there more, to be, because I haven't needed to until recently. And now that I am, it's like, okay, I feel like I have the tools to do this now. And I just hope it works. But I'm trying to figure out what color I want this wall to be. I'm thinking like a dark green, because this keyboard piano thing here is eventually going to be white, like an off-white, and all the candles are eventually going to be off-white as well. So I'm thinking the backdrop there is going to be like a dark, like very, very dark green. I'm gonna make the candles kind of off-white here. The other fun thing about doing color this way is that you can be really, really sketchy with it and not have to worry about doing a bunch of like really set on colors, because you will eventually get to a point where you have to use oh yeah, you have to go color, there you go. You will have to like do gosh, where's my brain going? But yeah, you don't have to do these like very, very detailed colors because they are going to be somewhat blended and have like reflections off of each other anyway. So like right now, I have some greens that show up in this chandelier, and that's because it's next to a green object, and chandeliers, because they're shiny, have reflections. Same with this like cabinet here. It's varnished, so it's gonna have a bit of a shine. So when I'm doing like just these color overlay layers, I tend to not use super precise movements because you don't have to, and then you can just have these nice like softer semi-blended colors. Okay, so I've got those greens down. I'm gonna bring them in and closer a little bit. I think for the bottom part, I'm gonna make that like a dark blue. It's gonna be real faint because it's not gonna show as much down here. Okay, so I've got that part of the room. I also really want a texture on this back wall, but I think that might be too much right now. So I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm gonna get all this stuff done and then I'll do the texture on the back wall. Alright, so I think it's about time to work on face. No, I should probably do this backdrop first. So let me go to this blue. Because these are mirror reflections, they have to be even less detailed, so I don't have to worry about them. And because this is this here is over here, I'm gonna make this a little bit of a warmer color so that it draws the eye closer to that face. Bedposts are gonna be this like brown. And I'm thinking for the bed probably also a green. This is a very green heavy piece. But what can I say? I like this like off green. Because this is in a mirror, I don't have to worry about it as much. But I'm still gonna color in what I need to color here. Rest is gonna be this blue. And a lot of this is just going back and forth and like finding what you like color-wise. These two color layers together on one layer, drop them down just a hair, and you'll see that this just kind of like oomps up the color slightly, but we're gonna go in with some multiply layers and like really make it shine. So what we need first and foremost, I want this chandelier to be more orange, so I'm gonna take some orange layers. And because of the candlelight that would be on it, it's going to have some orange sheen to it. So I'm going to lay some orange bits down, just like an off orange, as soon as Clip Studio lets me. overlay. This will change the hue and the saturation of everything. Like this will darken your image. So when you use overlay, you do have to be just a hair careful with it. I tend to only use it sparingly for things like this, where it's like, oh, there's gonna be some like subtle light that shows up over here and over there. So I'm gonna use it for this to make this chandelier have some light that just kind of like drops on it a little bit. This will also make later when I make the chandelier glow a little bit from the candlelight. This also makes that a little bit easier to do. So I'm just gonna lay in some very soft oranges. And this also gives more depth and dimension to everything. Yes, Matisse would approve of my many greens and many arsenic colors in this. I feel like Mel would also approve. Mel really likes the color green. That's why I went with it for this. Because I was like, oh yes, this like very arsenic green is very Mel. At least for this character it is. Actually, I'm gonna put this like this. There we go. Throw this oranges on here. yeah, is Mel's favorite color. At least I think mint green is his favorite color. I remember this from a while back. We talked about favorite colors for like 2 hours once at a coffee shop. Yeah, the cake. Yeah, we made the entire cake. That was like that weird mint green. It's that, yeah. Because I was like, what is favorite color of Mel? And Mel has always loved the mint green. The cake, yes. The googly-eyed cake. That was a really good cake, you're right. That was a very good cake. I loved that cake. It was fun to make, too. Like, not only did it taste good, it was very fun to make. Yeah, it was a good day. The highlight was those putting those googly eyes on that cake. I want googly eye cake again. That was fun. I miss decorating sweets even though I hate sweets. Is that weird? Like I just miss like doing like decorating cookies and stuff like that. I mean, that's why I made the cookies this year. Because I was like, I just want crisp Christmas cookies, and like I miss making the Christmas lobster cookies that we made at one time. I was like, want cookie, even though like I don't like sweets, I don't like cookies, rarely eat them. Usually I just make them because I like to decorate them. They look pretty. Yes, you still have the lobster cutter? Yes. The lobster cutter will never die. Those were some good cookies when we made lobster cookies. Those were great. I forget what kind they were. Were those also anise shortbread cookies? I feel like they were. I feel like we made shortbread cookies. feel like they were shortbread cookies. I feel like they were anise cookies or some sort of shortbread. Because I remember having to look up the recipe for them and having to make it. I think you were gluten-free at the time, but I wasn't, so we had to make it gluten-free with the gluten-free flour. Gosh, anybody who's listening to the stream and not in the chat, I'm sorry. I'm talking to Saint Lauren about cookies. I mean, I'm not sorry, but like that's what's going on. You can look at the chat if you want to know the context of the situation. Because I'm mostly just answering the chat. Okay. We are in the cookie zone. This is true. The cookie zone. Is that like chalk zone? But for cookies? I should take a sip of coffee. I'm really tired. I am so tired. Oh. Yeah, big F in the chat. Apollo is super tired. This is what happens when I like stay up all night, can't function, and then like try to sleep, but it's like daytime, and of course during daytime no one lets you sleep, and then I try to like take breaks and like not run myself ragged, but then I just get super excited about whatever project I'm doing, and then I just go, and it always happens to me. It just always happens where I'm like, I'm gonna not do this to myself this time, and then it's like, oh well, it's time. The button was pressed. We must destroy body. Time for body to die. So it always happens. It wouldn't have been that bad if I hadn't like been trying to sleep, and then all day like telemarketers were calling me and being like, hey, now's the time to annoy you. Like I probably would have slept if those weren't what I had to deal with all day, because I just like I wanted to sleep. Telemarketers annoyed me, and then I got excited about an idea I had for a thing, and then I just like stayed up the rest of the time doing the thing, and then by the time I was like, oh, I should probably take a nap, it was like 2:30 p.m. and I was like, oh well, I can take a nap before I do the stream, and so I just took a nap, and then like immediately when I laid down to take that nap, more telemarketers. Like I've had people telemarketing me since 8 a.m. just like getting random phone calls, and I never answer them, but it is enough to keep me awake. Just enough, just barely enough to keep me awake the whole time. Ugh. Like, there's just, I'm so mad. I'm so mad that there's not like there isn't like a law or anything against any of that. Like I wish there was. I wish there was at one time, but I wish that it was back again. I wish the law was there so that they couldn't do this to me. Cause like, I get it. I have a weird sleep schedule. I stay up all night. I understand. I understand that what I do is not for everyone, and that like other people work a 9 to 5 and are awake at these hours. I get it, right? But also, hear me out. 9 to 5 people shouldn't have to deal with telemarketers either, and I wish there was like a way to like get them to stop, you know? But there isn't, because if you block the phone number, they just call with a different number, and if you tell them to take you off their list, they take you off one list, but then you're still on another one somewhere else, and there's like nothing you can do. So like every time I get calls from a telemarketer, I never answer because it's like I'm just going to be on the phone for 20 minutes and get nothing done. And so like it's gotten to the point where I get these calls and I just like stare at my phone, and who knows what the calls could be. Like some of this might be an emergency somewhere, you know, like someone could be trying to get a hold of me about like my mom or my brothers or something. Do I answer? No. They're gonna have to leave me a message like everybody else. Yeah, I mean, what I've started doing to voluntarily annoy these people so that they leave is when I do answer, I couldn't today because I was trying to sleep, but when I do answer, I answer the phone and then I put my phone on mute, like on their end so I can't hear them, and I put the phone down and I walk away and I let them talk and I wait until they hang up, because you cannot pay me to like continue to speak to these people. So I'm like, nope, you know what, nope, phone's on mute, and I'm just gonna walk away. And you can talk, you can do your spiel. I know you're getting paid to do so. Go ahead, do your thing. You're probably making minimum wage, and I don't want to make your life harder. So I put phone down, walk away, and then come back. And after like 5 to 10 minutes, I'll come back, and if they're still talking, I'll like pipe back in, like, yeah, I'm still listening. Hey, yeah, and then put it on mute again and walk away again. It's what my grandfather used to do to telemarketing people, or anyone who called him on the phone that he didn't want to speak to. I've seen him do it to his best friends. But like, yeah, he used to do that, and I've picked that up as a habit now of just answer the phone, because if you don't answer, they don't stop calling you. But I just put it on mute and walk away. Because that's the newest thing with telemarketers now, is that like if you don't answer the phone, they don't stop calling you. They continue to call you. And it's the worst. Hello. New person in chat. Welcome to chat. We were talking about telemarketers because I got 4 hours of sleep. Because of telemarketers. Maybe even not that. Like, I'm thinking about it now. I said 4 hours earlier, but I was awake until like 1 p.m., 1 to 2 p.m. Had to stream at 5. I ended up getting on the stream at 5:30 because, again, I was not awake. So yeah, stream at 5 and 1. So yeah, about 4 hours. 4 hours of sleep. If I slept the entire time, which I didn't, because telemarketers kept waking me up. But yes, welcome to the chat. New person. We are just working on art things today, having a chill time complaining about telemarketers, and also I spent some time complaining about Sabrina as well. But we're here trying to finish commissions before the end of the year. What is next step? I really want to do this armoire. I think I'm gonna do that. I want that to be very like Art Deco, not Art Deco, but like in coloration. I want it to be very Art Deco, so I'm gonna go it with like a very intense like arsenic green, and lay it down over this. And then I want it to have gold accents, but I want this main part to be very green. Let's go color. Okay, color is too bright. Multiply. I feel like that's a little too dark. Just sitting here trying to decide for myself what, yes, the big green, what color I want everything to be. Like, I can't make everything green, right? Because that would just be not good. So I gotta gotta amp it up, gotta figure out what needs to be extremely green. Oh wow. Oh, that's neat. That's really neat. That happens because I like, this is not the green color. That is the highly pigmented color of the colors I use to do this thing, which is a version of Payne's Gray, which turns bluish, like orange, bluish in some places and orange in others if you highly saturate them. That's really neat. I'm gonna have to do that for another piece at some point, like do a really Payne's Gray illustration and then go in and do that. Yeah, monotone pieces are a thing, but I don't know. I might do like a limited color palette for this. I might go in with all these greens and then have golds and kind of like creams as the colors. And like, obviously there's wood here. Like, this is a painted cabinet, but like this up here is wood. So obviously there's wood here, so I need to do some like browns, but I feel like the greens and the creams would be good. Hoshi is jumping around in the background, making lots of noise. We love the Hoshi. Oh, she was just shifting around. I thought she was gonna come see me, but no. She's just finding a new place to lay down, probably in the middle of the living room, so that she's directly in the way whenever anyone wants to walk by her. Okay. Yeah, I like that really, really accented pop of green. I might even do some, like, because I did some fun textural work on this that I really like, so I might go in and do some more fun stuff for that. Laying in color is always one of my favorite things to do when I'm doing pieces, because it just always comes out so neat looking. Like, I like starting in color, but I'm aware of my own limitations while doing that, so I wasn't going to do it with this, because I knew if I started out in color, I would end up with a piece that was hyper-colored, which, like, isn't bad. Technicolor isn't bad, but I didn't want it for this piece, so color is always great. Trying to decide if it is time for feast yet. I may... Yeah, I think I'm gonna, real fast, I'm gonna get a hold of the person that this is for and just be like, hey, would you like this to be colored in full skin color, or would you like me to do limited color palette on it? Because I don't want to spend all the time rendering the faces if limited color palette is fine with friend. Because the way that I normally render faces is overlaying a lot of colors on top of each other, and I don't want to do all those layers if I don't have to. Because if I'm just going to go limited color palette, I'm just going to color the skin all one tone. But the shades, the shadows and lights that I've already created in here is going to be used to accent that tone. I'm going to crop this, save the crop. So this is going to take me a couple minutes and you'll hear me typing, but Save that. And in the meantime, I am gonna render it as if I'm rendering the face out after I ask this of friend. Just because I can always go backwards. I can always delete the layer, but I figured I would ask my friend before I do anything major. Acquire a food object. Hell yeah. Go do it. I already acquired my food object. It is food object time. test mic. Test. Yeah. Okay. I think mic is working now. Sometimes my mic likes to just randomly die. Mike hates me. It's bad time. But yeah, we're back. We're still painting. Still doing a paint. Hey friend. I'm very tired. Yeah, super convenient. Yeah, my microphone just likes to just randomly just decide, nah, we're not doing this today. And I'm like, my dude. But yeah, it just does. So I'm gonna do a thing, and it's gonna look weird for a second, but I want to see how it looks. Hell yeah. Alright. Because so this I'm doing a cheat. I'm doing a cheat code. Cheat codes hacker. That I like to do, where I make I posterize my image, and I use the posterized colors as my colors. Because when you posterize an image, because it doesn't have very many image pixels to work with, it will make these blocks of color that are very accented and very saturated. So I posterize my image sometimes, and then I will use the posterized colors as the colors that I paint with, because if, like, let me just put the image very posterized here. You can see that it is highly, like, hyper saturated, a lot of what I've made here already, and that makes just a huge well of very fun colors to work with. So posterized it, I'm gonna drop it down a bit, just so that it doesn't look super posterized when you look at it, and then I can use it as my colors on top. And I just, like, small fun thing to do, small art hacks to get fun colors. This is also a way for me to not go into Tetrachrome and, like, make everything horrible, because when I posterize, it just uses the colors I've already put down, so I don't have the innate need to use horrible colors. It's like, nope, I'm just gonna use the colors that are already here. But yeah. Alright, I just had a big ol' sip of coffee, and let's get going. Let's get into this. So, first and foremost, I feel like, yeah, you should try that sometime. It's a good art hack. It really is. It does help. Like, it helps the Tetrachrome not be asshole. So I do recommend it. I do recommend trying the posterized thing and just using the colors that posterization gives you, because it does help. Because posterization simultaneously makes very saturated colors in some places and very non-saturated colors in other places. Like, it almost drops everything down to a gray in other spots. It'll also show you where a lot of your lights and shadows are. So I like to posterize my things so that I have lights and shadows. But yeah, I'm gonna use the colors that I just got from posterizing, and I'm going to jump in here, and I'm going to just slightly manipulate some of them and where they're positioned, because I want this to still be like a painting and not just like a highly posterized image. So I'm gonna lay in some color on top of that, so that it just looks not as posterizey and has a bit more of the sketchy quality that I have come to do as my style. I still don't think I have a style. Everyone is like, no, you have a style, and I'm like, no, incorrect, you're wrong, I don't. But people have told me that this is it, so gonna do it, I guess. But yeah, just gonna lay in colors on top of this posterization and clean up some of these sketch lines sometimes, and I might have to do that for this. Sometimes I go in and I like blend, and I might lay all of this together. I might like make everything one layer and blend to do what I want to do, but I think I'm gonna do some like subtle painting stuff before I make everything one layer. So, but usually I will go in and I will do some blending to make like some of these transition colors a little bit smoother, so that they're not so obnoxiously loud and right up against each other. Also, blending will fix some of the texture detail issues too. But yeah, I like to do that. And then let's see, light source is from above, so some of the forehead would be kind of highlighted, and from this side, which is where the candle is, so some of this would be rather highlighted as well. Gosh, keeping in mind multiple many candle light sources is not fun. Also think, let me test to make sure everything's going okay. Yeah, it seems like everything's alright on stream end. It might be dropping a couple frames, but what can you do? Usually my stream is gonna end up dropping some frames because I'm running Clip Studio on top of stream. So my stream is always gonna be a little bit angry with me, but as long as it's not like dropping 300% of your frames, I'm fine. Neat. Okay. This is that same music that I was like, this is extremely Spyro music, and I'm here for it. Oh man, I miss playing Spyro. I need to get the game out again. I have it on Switch, but I hate the Switch version. Switch version sucks. Switch version bad. Bad time. They screwed it up. They ruined my boy. Look what they've done to my boy. But yeah, it's the Switch version. Like, as a veteran Spyro player, I cannot recommend the Switch version of Spyro, and it sucks because like I want to be able to be like, come play Spyro, it's a great game, and like it's on the new system, but like, oh god, it's bad. It's so bad. They ruined it. Yeah, Spyro GBA game rocked. That was such a fun game. Like, I loved that game as a kid. And I loved, like, I have some of my best memories with my dad was with the PlayStation Spyro games. The like, first three, the first trilogy. God, those were so fun. Those are such good games. Like, I'm so upset that they ruined my boy. Because Spyro is my child. Like, I remember getting the Switch version of Spyro when they like announced it. They were like, Spyro's coming to Switch, and I was like, fuck yes, because they also have because they like conglomerated Spyro into Skylanders, which I hate. But because they were releasing a Skylanders thing, they also put Spyro on Switch. So I was like, okay, I can forgive them for making Spyro a Skylanders thing. If they put Spyro on Switch, that's fine with me. Well, that's a trade-off I can agree to. But then, I played the Switch version of Spyro, and I gotta say, like, it's still a Spyro game, so it's still fun. It still has the same nostalgia and the great gameplay and the fun soundtrack and the good music and the fun characters and all that stuff. Like, it's still the same game, and it's fun to have a 3-pack of the first trilogy all together in one place, because I have the first trilogy. I have collector's editions of the first trilogy. And I have signed collector's editions of the first trilogy. I love that game so much. But so I have the first trilogy. I could just get it out and get out my PlayStation, my first PlayStation, PlayStation 1, and play it if I wanted to. But it's nice to have it all in one place on the Switch, easily accessible. But what's not nice is that as soon as I like got really into the game, I realized how much they changed the controls, and like not just Switch controls, because like it's not a problem of like I don't understand how to use Spyro with the Switch. It's more so that they like made the Spyro controls bad. Like they just don't work. Like fights that on the PlayStation, on the original game, I can play with my eyes closed, because I have played the original Spyro the Dragon to the point that I can play through most of the levels with my eyes closed. But they've changed it enough that like I go back and play it and it is unplayable. Like I can't beat bosses that I can beat with my eyes closed on the PlayStation. I am no longer good at the game anymore, and I feel like that's not like yeah, oh no is right, and that's not like me griping about like, oh, I want games to cater to me, I want games to if I'm good at games, I want to forever be good at game or whatever. No, like I loved when the original Dark Souls came out and some of the stuff was changed, and it made the replay value much better, because it's like, oh, I've already played the original Dark Souls, but when they came out with the new version, like they changed a couple things and added some extra paths and some extra gameplay HUD stuff, which made playing the game a lot more fun, because it's like, oh, it's like playing original Dark Souls, but like better, and therefore I have to learn to play the game again. Like that kind of stuff I'm fine with. But with Spyro, they changed it so much that like the controls don't work anymore. Yeah, like it's the controls don't work, and I'm like, how do you screw up the controls of a Spyro game bad enough that a Spyro veteran can't play the game? Like, it'd be one thing if it was like changed enough to where it's like, oh, I have to relearn how to play this on the Switch, because like the Switch is a new system, the controls are slightly different. I can understand having a little bit of a learning curve, especially me, someone who plays primarily console games and is used to a larger screen and also a larger control. Like, I'm used to a PlayStation controller, so I'm used to having, a big chunky controller in my hands. So like, I could understand if it was that learning curve that was the difficulty curve for veteran players. I could get that. If they went that route, I'd be like, I don't respect it, because I want to be able to play Spyro and enjoy it like I did when I was a kid, but I can see how I can learn to be better at this. But they broke the controls. They don't work. Like, I was playing the game and I was like, this doesn't make any sense. I'm hitting the button for jump, and I'm like doing the thing that I did when I played PlayStation, which is in PlayStation, if you're good at Spyro, you can do a hover jump where you tap the you hold the charge button and you tap the jump button while you're charging, and you jump, and you can jump while you're charging. Spyro keeps his head down, and that was my primary mode of offense in the PlayStation game for pretty much all the games. I did that. I ran and I charge jumped almost everything because it was the fastest way to clear a stage if you knew how to play it right. And unless it was one of the stages where you have to be careful with where you go. And in those I was very light on my feet as Spyro, and like used mostly the hover tool, which was like you fly up to a thing and hit triangle to hover. And the fact that I can talk about this without having a PlayStation in front of me right now just solidify that like these games are ingrained in my brain. Like, but yeah. So I used to hover run a lot, especially in boss fights, because it is the easiest way to still do damage to the boss while still moving. And most of Spyro's bosses, especially in the original trilogy, are about keeping yourself moving so the boss can't target you. So the way they broke the game, right, is they took the hover run and they didn't get rid of it, but the trigger for that button is less sensitive now. So in order to hover run, you have to really mash the jump button while you're charging. Like, it can no longer be a thing where you're like very gently tapping the jump button. You have to almost fully take your finger off of the other button and hit the jump button with it. And that makes almost everything else about the game more difficult, because it fundamentally changes how veterans play the game. And then on top of that, the controls are very buggy, so they're not very responsive. And Spyro in 3D is super weighted because he, in the original game, in the original like trilogy, Spyro has a very like weighted density to him, where like when you land and when you do things, it's almost the controls have a little bit of give with you. Like they will there's almost a fight to maintain what direction Spyro is traveling when you're playing, and so in the new game they amped up the weighted factor to like 3,000. So that not only is it harder to lay on that control and keep him running and hover jumping, he is now extremely weighted. Which means when you do finally get yourself hover jumping and running, yeah, Spyro now lives on Jupiter, exactly. But like now when you get to hover jumping and you finally get to the point where it's like, finally, I've gotten it to work, I'm doing the thing, I'm like running and jumping at the same time, it is impossible to keep control of Spyro when you're doing it. So they've like completely taken away literally the primary way that you play the game if you're good at it, and just made it impossible to do. And then, because that wasn't enough, then they changed a lot of the boss's attack patterns. So now, not only is it impossible to do the strategy, which is the only strategy that worked in the original trilogy, they have also changed the attack patterns of the bosses. So now you have to relearn the boss's mechanics, and relearn how to play the game, and relearn the controls all at once. It is so hard. Like, I have friends who like weren't as big as Spyro buffs as me, who played it and were like, no, it's impossible. Like, I don't know how to play this game on the Switch, because something about the way they weighted Spyro and the gravity suspension that they used to weight him just is wrong. Like, and it might just be because they transferred all the data and everything from PlayStation. Like, it might be the transferring of all of that and trying to program it to work on the Switch or something. I don't know what went wrong in the programming process of the new Spyro game, but something awful happened where they just made Spyro this like unplayable avatar. like if you've ever played a game where you can tell it's cheaply made and you go and you like pick up the controller and you're like, well, I guess we'll give it a try, and like something about playing as the main character feels wrong. It's like that. It's like they legitimately made him just not feel right. It felt badly made to control him. Like, he's just so weighty and so terrible, and I just don't understand how they could screw it up that bad, because Spyro fundamentally is a really good game. Like, I love that game, but like, and I love that game, and also I know plenty of people who would be fully willing to literally just play the trilogy again. Like, you don't have to change anything. No new story, no new missions. Just put it on port it to a different thing, and we'll play it again. Like, that's how much people love Spyro. And for them to just take that and be like, no, something about playing Spyro is wrong, and therefore we fix it. And picking up that controller, picking up the Switch controller was like an insult. Like it was like someone just sticking a middle finger to my entire childhood, and I just remember being so upset because I paid money to play the trilogy again and to play it on the new system, because I was like, oh my god, Spyro's finally on a Nintendo system. And like, I've always wanted Spyro to be on a Nintendo system, because fundamentally I am I wouldn't say I'm a Nintendo boy, but like, I buy a lot of Nintendo systems. I'm like between Nintendo and PlayStation always. I will never touch an Xbox with a 30-foot pole. But like, you know, I wanted Spyro on Nintendo. Wanted it on Nintendo really bad. Was so excited, and then I played the game, and I was like, this is why we never let Nintendo have anything good. This is why. That's why we don't let Nintendo have things. It was just, it was so awful. And I remember going over to my friend's house after the launch dropped, and I was hanging out with them, and they were like, hey, you're good at Spyro, dude. Want to play this like boss that I can't beat? And I was like, yeah, sure. I should be able to do it in like 3 seconds. Like, I remember this game like the back of my hand. And I get on, and it's like one of the final like 4 bosses that you have to beat in the first game. And I get on, and I'm like, neat, okay, cool. So I'm gonna do my strat, and then that didn't work, and then I was like, alright, well, I won't use the easy strat, the speedrunner strats. I'll just you know, carefully go about it and play the game, and it'll be fine. And I played 6 rounds trying to beat this boss, and I couldn't. And my friend took their Switch back from me and was like, it's okay, we can do it another time. And I was like, so mad. I was like, how? And when I say I can play the original trilogy with my eyes closed, I mean the entire trilogy. I mean, I've tried this before. I've done this. I've blindfolded myself and played through levels of the original Spyro games blindfolded, and was able to do it because I memorized where everything was. And for me to not be able to beat that boss, I was just like, no, it's been royally fucked up. It's just been, they royally fucked Spyro, and it's sad. This is the worst. Oh, thank you. Thank you, friend, for saying it is beautiful. I am ranting about Spyro. Welcome to the chat. But I'm so upset. But yeah, no, Spyro, I can't believe they screwed with my boy. Can't believe they did it. Can't believe they did it. Yeah, I saw your makeup on your Discord thing. It looked awesome. Looked good. I saw it on Facebook while I took a break. I'm gonna do a real quick check on the stream. Just make sure everything good. Why is the chat box not working? Why are we not working, chat box? Why are we not working? Chat box. Why not function, chat box? Alright, I'm gonna remove chat box. I'm gonna put it back in. Because hopefully add source. I don't know why chat box does not function right now. Weird. Hopefully it does. Please function, chat box. But please? Strange. Why in the world? Yeah, Spyro, entire childhood. Same. I'm so upset. Have you played the new Switch Spyro? The when they redid Spyro for Switch? It's just it's oh, nice. Yeah, I had a whole talk about Crit Roll earlier too. Hang on. I don't know why chat box not work. Why we not function. Well, maybe we just not have chat box for this stream right now, because apparently no one's talking. according to this, no one's speaking. Why chat have broken in it? I don't know. Twitch mad at me. I'm gonna yeah, a couple of my friends were also saying Twitch was kind of broken today, so it might just be Twitch being super broken. Thankfully I have all of this recorded, so, you know, hopefully. I'm also gonna remove my follower goal box and see if that helps. Because maybe we Twitch. Maybe Twitch be helpful. Don't know why. Well, I can't spend forever just yelling at chat box, so we just won't have chat box today. Sucks to suck. You guys will be the only ones who know what happens in chat. Congratulations. What happens in chat stays in chat. Yeah. Yeah, I think the audio has been cutting out because of internet and also because of just Twitch itself. I think Twitch has been really buggy for the past couple of days, because I've talked to a couple of other streamers that I know who have also said Twitch has been really buggy, so it might just be that. Think. Tattoos do look good so far. I wanted them to look nice. Want many part of this to look nice. I'm spending a lot of time on like skin tone and things like that, because I want those parts to be the highlights of everything. So it's mostly going to be that today, just doing the skin bits. Magic crystal, yes. Agreed. I'm also gonna lay in some more blues and stuff on the lips and everything once I get this first layer done. It's also been a fun time just being like, I'm gonna stream until this is done, because I have no idea when I'm gonna finish this, but I want it to be done so bad, and this is the last day I have to work on it, so it's gonna be done. It's happening. This is why I made coffee earlier, because I was like, I don't know how late I'm gonna have to be up to finish this, but I'm streaming until it is. Neat. Alright. I think... trying to decide if now is the time to throw in the lights. I think I will, as another layer, just to be safe. 'Cause I think it does need to have the candlelight in it for me to fully visualize what's going on. So I'm just gonna throw in candlelight right now. Just for now, to make sure that everything looks good. Also, it's going to be really weird how I do candles for a second, so just bear with me. But since I don't blend anything, ever, it can be very jarring when I do any sort of like blended things. So in order to mitigate that, I like to do draw these like wispy circles around what needs blended, and that usually, once I go over top of it with a blending tool, that usually makes it look nice and blended. So I'm going to be doing that. Oh, thank you. Thank you about colors and everything. Honestly, like, I think St. Laurent was here for this, but to get color variation, I literally just posterize the image and use the posterized colors. Like it's such a hack, but it's such a good hack, and I don't feel bad about like sharing that with other art people because it's just literally just just put in some base tones and then use posterization and posterize and use your posterized colors, because it's so easy and it gives you a bunch of like fun tones to work with when you're doing stuff like this. Oop. Need another layer to do the glow. And then back here I need to erase with the kneaded eraser this bit. Yeah, honestly, try the posterize trick. It really works. Like, it definitely helps color variation a lot. And you can always like change the colors later. Like you don't have to use the ones that happen when you posterize it. It's just a way for you to see different color options. Um, Everyone commission Apollo party. That's gonna suck. That's gonna be a lot of work for me. Like, I'll happily welcome it, but like, whew, imagine the work. Imagine. uh, yeah, candles. Candles fun. Lights look fun. Lights fun. I love doing lights. Like, they're one of my favorite things to do because I love using the glow tool in Clip. And I'm not even done. There's more to be done with light. This is round one. Yeah, use a potato launcher and launch money through my window. I think that's social distancing. That's the safest way to give money to your friends, right? Hey CDC, how do I social distance throw money at my friend? I totally forgot that I wanted this part to be gold, so I'm gonna do that right now, because I'm bad at remembering. So as I'm working, I'm trying to think of what my next stream painting will be, because there are a couple things I need to do. I need to do headshots of my OCs for my website for characters, and I need to do turnarounds for Handbasket. And I can't decide which one would be a better, more fun stream time. Because headshots, I can whip out in a couple hours. So headshots are going to be the easiest to do in the allotted time that I have. But the turnarounds for Handbasket are more technical. So I can't decide. I've been sitting here trying to, like, think on it for a bit. And I haven't been able to make a decision on which would be a more fun stream to do, because, like, ultimately I think I'm gonna film both of them, because I want to film doing Handbasket anyway, since I've got everything all ready to start it. I want to have, like, some process film stuff to do with it, so I'm probably gonna film the process of doing those things either way. I'm just wondering if I want to stream them, because I can, but it's like, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, see, I feel like streaming website turnarounds is fun, but, like, not relevant, if that makes sense. Like, because I feel like if I stream Handbasket turnarounds, it's, like, not fun to watch unless you've read the comic, you know? Which, like, eventually you're gonna, but streams expire. So I'm not sure if it's fun to watch me make the turnarounds for a comic that won't be out until sometime next year, and, like, probably later in the year next year, you know? And whereas if I stream the headshots for my website, like, those I can just, like, talk about the characters and have it all done, you know, and just be like, and like, usually those I'm gonna finish on stream too, because they're like face portraits, and, like, that's the thing that I do most and can do fast. So I feel like I'm gonna be done with those very quickly. So those, I don't know, I might organize it to where it's like I have the face turner, the website little portraits, and I do those whenever I feel kind of tired or like I can't function well, and I might just be able to do those because I can shell those out without having a brain. So I might like have the website things, the character pieces, be when I'm brainless, and then do the handbasket turnarounds when I have brain, because I'm gonna need brain to do full turnarounds of characters, because that might be an easier way to plan everything so that I can still get stuff done and still stream and not be anxiety about like, what am I going to stream today? Do I have to make an entirely new piece to stream? So plus I still have to finish my Yuletide painting, which I was going to do today, but I'm having too much fun doing this and I want this to be done. So because I was gonna just not, I was gonna work on this tonight after stream and just not stream the coloring of this, but I'm glad I decided to stream the coloring of this piece instead. But I was gonna finish my Yuletide painting tonight, and then I looked at my, looked at this painting, looked at everything else I have to do, and I was like, well, this painting is the thing that's gonna be the most brainless for me, so I'm gonna do this, so. But I think it'd be good to organize things to where it's like I have stuff on the back burner for when I have no brain and I must scream, and then I have stuff that like is major things that I need to stream too, because I also need to stream like not stream, but I need to record. I need to do some background set design for Handbasket as well. Now that I have the story nailed out, I want to do set design for the places, so that's going to be some concept art painting. And like, I've done concept art painting a couple of times before, but I feel like not a lot of people have seen what my concept art looks like, as opposed to like my illustrative stuff. So I feel like it'd be fun to stream that and be like, yes, by the way, also concept art is a thing that I enjoy doing. I don't do it often because I rarely get hired to do it, but it is a thing that I can do. So I might do that as a stream as well instead of just recording it. Yeah, you missed my Yule boy, my terrible Yule boy, who was extremely spooky and is my favorite. And I love him. He has too many teeth, and I drew him because I just wanted to draw a spooky thing on Christmas. So now I have a spooky Christmas boy that needs to be finished. Okay. I also I want these buttons here to be gold as well. Neat. Okay, I put it on the gold pieces now. Yeah, you must see Actually, I might, just so that you can see him, hold on. I'm gonna bring up the piece that I was gonna do, because it's good. It's good shit, and I still want to finish it, because it's like one of the first things that I've done that I'm like, I just wanted to draw some spooky stuff and do it publicly. So let me bring him up. I'll close this window again afterwards. Thank you for drop the thing. But yeah, let me find. Yeah, this is my spooky boy. I did the background, right? But this my child's. I made him for Christmas, and I did the background already. And the background looks fucking baller. Like, I'm so happy with this background. I spent so much time on it. But yeah, I did that, and then I didn't have enough time to finish the boy. So I have to finish the spooky boy. Gotta finish the Yule boy. Hi, Trent. Hello, Trent. Welcome to the home. Was Trent working? But yeah. Anyway, spooky boy. I gave him way too many teeth and no eyes, because when I create characters or when I create things, they either have too many appendage or not enough at all times. Ah yes, was it Josh's? Cool. But yeah, so I have to finish Spooky Boy. I have to still put in the Christmas lights here and there, and then finish the little baby manger thing, and finish the creature boy in the middle. So I'm probably gonna be posting some good Christmas stuff, like in January, because I did this on stream just because I felt like doing it. Like I felt like it'd be fun to I just wanted to let myself do some wild stuff, because since I've been doing mostly commissions and trying to make money, I haven't been able to draw stuff that I want to draw in a while, and I just wanted to draw a creature, and so I designed this creature man, and I was like, okay, cool, there's my creature man. Now I have to figure out what I'm gonna do with him. So sometimes it's good to just let go and just be like, and I think the entire time that I was working on this on Christmas Day, I was just talking about how it felt so good to draw something that I wasn't told to draw, if that makes sense. So it was a really good experience to have that. Creature good, creature very good. Okay, what else do we need to add to this thing? I need to do eyes. And I feel like the mirror portions need to be slightly lighter, so I'm gonna add some brightness to this area. The way I do that, especially for mirrors, is by finding my lasso fill and just going like this and drawing some fun shapes. Draw another fun shape here. Neat. Alright, I'm going to take that off because I'm going to paint underneath it, so we're going to put it on top of everything. Cool. Mel says hi. Hello. Hello, Mel friend. I see you. See you in chat. Hello, friend. Oh, Mel, while you are here, please regale to me what color your character's eyes are. I will do that right now. Or anyone who knows what color this character's eyes are. Because I wanted to go with this blue right here, this one. But I didn't want to do that if that was incorrect. Eyes are indeed all color. I'm gonna use this blue until I am told otherwise. Because I like this blue. Oh no, Steam will not play on computer. Oh no, bad time. Bad time, friend. Yeah, I don't know what's been up with Twitch these past few days. It's been a bad time. Like, everyone's been saying that Twitch has been cutting out and doing weird stuff for the past few weeks. Eyes black. Gotcha. I will make them black. Thank. Struggles. We're on the struggle bus. We're all on the struggle bus with streams. The stream is the struggle bus. Welcome to the struggle bus. It's weird because like I said last stream, and this may I may change some settings the next time. I did change some for this stream, like set up some new stuff. But it's strange because last stream the upload of the stream when I watched it was absolutely fine. Like there was nothing wrong with it. There was no cutouts or like dropped audio or anything like that. Like when it uploaded, it was perfect. And like as much as I attempted to listen to it, it was fine. And I haven't watched the entire thing, but it like stream seemed okay last stream. And then just like randomly out of the blue, when people are trying to watch the stream, it'll not do the audio, or it'll, you know, do some other shenanigans and make it hard to watch the stream. And I don't know how to mitigate that, because if the upload is fine, that means on my end it's alright. But I don't know what else is, what's going wrong with the stream. So I'll have to figure that out. It might be my bitrate is a little bit too high. I might have to lower my bitrate, because right now it's at, I think, 5,000, which is on the high side for streaming, but like I kept it there because I have pretty good internet where I am. But it might be that people who don't have the internet that I have, or who don't have Comcast, might have trouble watching the stream because of the bitrate. So I might do that. If it takes a while for like your stuff to load YouTube videos or to do anything video related, the high bitrate might be an issue. So I might lower the bitrate next stream to make it more accessible, so that it's not that big of a deal. Yes, it is Casimir. It is the boy. Tis him. Okay. I'm going to lay in some details on this part. So this I wanted to be a piece of clothing that we have holding here, so I'm going to be detailing out that bit. It's okay. Everyone's welcome on the stream, friend. Oh, there's Hoshi. She has just gotten up to steal my bed because I'm not in it. Now these like reds and pinks that I used I think are a little too light, so I think I'm gonna go in. They're like almost reading kind of like a berry color, and I really wanted them to be like a red, so I'm gonna make them redder. Thank you. Thank you for saying composition good. I don't know how much people can hear of me speaking because, like I said, Twitch has been weird these past few days. So, Twitch might be telling me that that no one can hear me right now, and I wouldn't know the difference. So, but yeah, thank for compliment. Oh man, it's already like 10:50. It's already pretty late. Nice. Welcome, new friend. I am sitting here, draw Casimir. I am doing art stream. We are painting dog now. But yeah, welcome. You're always welcome on stream. Happy to have new people. I'm glad you decided to drop by. I am very tired. I was saying earlier that I got a total of 4 hours of sleep. So, and that's like max total, because I was called multiple times today. So I might be a little out of it, and I might zone out, and I might also be drinking coffee quite a bit. But you can still watch me do art stuff while I'm here doing things. I'm basically going to be streaming this until it's done, so. Nice. Okay. What is next up? There we go. I'm gonna take a sip of coffee while I think. It needs more lights, but I have to figure out where, because I want the skin tone to be lighter than it is. Like I said, I made the earlier I said I made the skin this like darker color because it's easier to pick out lights when you go super dark, and then you can lay in the tones that you want and then pick the lights out from that. So I've laid in all the dark colors that I want. I just need to pick the lights out now. Oh my god, that's really cold coffee. Oh no. Ugh. Do your writing deadline, Mel. You can mute the stream and put it on in the background and just do your writing stuff. This is my only deadline, so congrats on being my last deadline, by the way, Mel. But yeah, if you have stuff to do, just do your stuff and then mute the stream and put it on a different tab or something. I mean, especially if you're using like Google Docs, that's not going to use too much bandwidth. Yeah, mute, do your work. I'm not gonna be mad at you for doing your work. Yeah, just do your work, my dude. Now the entire chat is just, hello Mel, and welcome back from the Void lands. Yeah, also, for anyone who is in chat and has not heard this yet, I do read chat, but I also chat is on another screen. So in order to read chat, I do take like a short little glance away from what I'm working on. So if you talk in chat and are trying to get a hold of me, might not see it, but I do read chat. So I do see you all. Hopefully you guys can hear and see what I am doing. I'm checking my bandwidth now. It's still saying it's skipping frames, but at this point, like, it says the stream is at like it's at an okay rate right now, so it's like, oh, we're skipping frames, but also we're doing fine, and I'm like, I don't know. And also my chat bot isn't working, so you can't see chat on screen, which also bothers me. But because normally when I can see chat on screen, I want to take a break to look at chat, I can just go over to my stream window and look at chat there. But since you can't see chat on screen now, it doesn't work, and I have to actually go look at a separate screen for chat. Alright. I also want just little bits of this to be gold as well. Little bits of this. Not a lot of embellishment on Casimir's wardrobe, but just like small details that are. Okay, and need to zoom closer for these. Oh, good. Yeah, sometimes having multiple windows open makes Twitch act weird too. like, I don't know, Twitch is finicky. Like, even for me, for streaming, it's kind of mad at me occasionally. So I don't know. Like, I've done everything I can on my end to make the bitrate better, and it still is just like, nah. So, and I don't want to make the bitrate so small that no one can see what I'm doing. So I just kind of have to deal with it sometimes. This is what you get for trusting Amazon with things. Never trust a big corporation to make a platform that's good. Don't do it. It's not a good idea. Okay, and one little shine on each side there. I know the eyes are black, but I'm just laying in shines right now. They're gonna be much darker here. Neat. Alright. I'm gonna get to that point in this where I'm gonna have to make a new canvas so that I can see the pulled out image. If you've been on my stream before, you know what this is about. I just like to be able to see the detail work with the image all zoomed out so that I can see the shapes and everything going on. So I make a secondary canvas to do that, and then generally zoom out or in as much as need be. Oh my god, I think Hoshi is snoring. It is so cute. I love when she snores. It's the most cutest thing. I love my dog so much. I love Hoshi, but yeah, I think she's over there snoozing. She's in my bed, I think. I can't see her, but I'm pretty sure that's where she's decided to take up residence. Usually when I'm like doing something that doesn't involve her, she just decides that like wherever I would normally be is where she belongs. So she'll like take my bed or my chair or just anything that like is for me is now for Hoshi. Yeah, she is asleep in my bed. I can hear her. She's making like the smallest little noises. I don't know if anyone else can hear her, but I can hear her. It's the cutest, small little barks. She is a marshmallow. She's my baby, my child. I love her. I love her so much, all the time. She's so good. But yeah, she has taken residence in my bed. I just turned around to look. That's where she is. She's taken up all the residence in my bed. On top of all of my things. Thief. A thief. For a while she was over here with me. And that was great. I don't know what happened. I must have like made her angry. Like whenever she's like near me, she wants to be like right next to me, like right next to my feet. And whenever I get up, it like makes her mad. And she's like, oh, I need to move now. I need to not be next to you because you might accidentally kick me. And I never kick her, but she acts like I do. So she just will get mad and move. So I think that's what happened. I think she was over here for like a total of 10 minutes and I moved my feet and she was like, no. Dogs. Yeah. I miss Lucy. Lucy is so good. I miss her so much. Yeah, how dare father move feet? The things that father uses to be mobile, how dare he move them? But yeah, I miss Lucy very much. I'm very fortunate to get to see Whisper occasionally, and that is a blessing. We love her, but I do very much miss Lucy. Lucy is a good bean. The Goblin. She is Goblin. Aww. Yeah, I love when Whisper does really crazy things under the couch. It's very funny. I've been there once when she did the thing where she was like in the box, but she was upside down and like crawling upside down. Like her back was on the floor and she's just like crawling like a weird spider creature. It's very funny. I remember when we used to live with Morgana, and Morgana used to do that too. Yeah, Lucy is a loud snuggle, but she's very good. Sometimes when, like the last time when we had a video call, I could hear Lucy in the background, and I was like, "Aw, the baby, I miss her." Okay. So I picked out a couple, like, shards of light that I think work well. And I think now I need to do some fixing of the skin tone, like I said I would later. I was like, yeah, it'll look weird for now, and then we'll fix it. And I've been putting off fixing it. Because I hate do thing. But yeah, I'll fix it now. Yeah, she's like Whisper is so like I don't want to say she's like, because she is a cat. She does act like a cat. She's just very strange. It's the same energy as Morgana. Morgana was also, this is a cat, but like a weird one. And I love her very much for that. I just like I've said this before, like I'm not a cat person. Obviously I have a dog, and will forever have a dog. Because Hoshi is eternal and she is never allowed to leave me. But I'm not a very like cat person, so I don't tend to bond with cats very often. But there's been in recent times like a handful of cats that I have grown to love, and like Morgana is one of them, and then Whisper is like, obviously I don't live with Whisper, but she's like the type of cat that I would love, like, because I love cats that aren't cats, like that are weird creatures. And like people, a lot of friends that I have are like, oh, all cats are like that, and it's like, no, no, you're wrong. Like, because lots of cats have different personalities, right? So it's like, it's just they can't have cat personality. They can't have cat personality installed on them for me to love them. Like, I want them to just not behave as cat. And then for some reason my brain is like, you love this thing, and I don't know why, but it's just a way that I've like bonded with cats. Is just they can't be cats. They have to be weird fey creatures. Yeah, exactly. Gotta be fairy goblins, exactly. Like they're little like weird goblin creatures. And then I'm like, I love this. This item is mine, and I love it. And it's been like that for like every cat I've ever owned too. Like all the cats I've ever owned have all been these weird feral creatures that like just like barely exist on our plane. And I'm like, these are my best friends. And like I don't want to say I'm the same with dogs because I tend to bond with dogs a lot easier than cats. But I think the reason why is because dogs, I understand their language much better, so I can more easily bond with them faster because I understand how dogs function because I've always had dogs. So I don't think it's so much that like I love dogs so much more or anything like that. I think it's just I bond with them because I know how dogs work. But with dogs, my favorite type of dog is bastard dog. Like, I love dogs that are evil, fundamentally, and are out to get you. Like, I don't... And kind of cats, too. Like I like sweet animals a lot, too. But, like, I like animals that just don't care about you. Like, it's weird, but like, you know, like Hoshi, like of course she loves me. I like, and I say all the time that she doesn't because it's my favorite joke because of the way she acts, but like I know she loves me. But with Hoshi, she never ever acts like being with me or being my dog is a good thing for her. It's always exasperating and always horrible. And like for some reason, that personality type of being like a little diva that is never satisfied with anything is just my favorite kind of dog. Like I just love dogs that are just all audacity and nothing else. So like I immediately bonded with Hoshi because she is this huge prima donna, and like every dog I've had since has also been like that. Like, because I've had multiple Shiba Inus, and every Shiba Inu that I have is like this, where every one that I've ever had has just been this weird level of like yeah, I tolerate your presence, but like you're beneath me, and I don't know why, but that's my favorite kind of dog. And I also love dogs that don't act like dogs, because Hoshi doesn't act like a dog at all. She acts like a weird cat. But I bond heavily to dogs that are just not dog, just like fundamentally only dog adjacent. Which is why I love Hawthorne's dog so much. Because I love dogs that aren't dogs. I love cats that aren't cats, and I love dogs that aren't dogs. Gotta be like weird goblin creatures that only tentatively exist in our plane to be the right animal for me. Yes, the potato. The dog that isn't a dog. Aw, man, I'm getting hungry again. I don't have any snacks at my house. Crap. I was supposed to go out and get snacks, but then the no sleeping happened, and I didn't grab snacks. It was a very stupid thing that I did, not getting snacks. The potato, yes. But yes, big F in the chat for not getting snacks. I didn't get snacks today. I'll have to go get some tomorrow because I need snacks before Saturday. Or Sunday. Right, Sunday. Because I switched my streaming day to Sunday. Need snacks before next stream, or else I will die. I will die in my house alone during a pandemic because I didn't get enough snacks. Yeah, Krog is still open, but I don't want to run over there. I'm like barely dressed. and also it late. Like, it's almost midnight. I don't want to be out right now. It's like kind of rainy and almost midnight. Not a fun time. Maybe I'll order a food item. Like, next time I get to a stopping point in the stream, I'll just take a break and order a food item. Because I'm sure I could get, like, it's almost midnight. I'm sure I could get, like, I don't know, Taco Bell or something. Or, like, McDonald's. Although I'd hate to do that to my body. It is a food that I could technically order. And I mean, like, McDonald's isn't technically gluten-free, but if I order what I normally order, it is vegan, and the only risk I run with gluten-free with McDonald's is that their fry oil is not gluten-free, which is less of a risk than most other things, because most other things, it's like, that directly has gluten on it, whereas, like, with McDonald's, since I don't normally get, like, a burger or anything like that, I normally get stuff that's not, yeah, Taco Bell, always good, but yeah, like, McDonald's and Taco Bell are usually my go-tos, even though I should be gluten-free. When I am doing a splurge and ordering a food, I'll order, like, Taco Bell, because both Taco Bell and McDonald's, they're not gluten-free, but I can get stuff that is less on the gluten than most things, so that's what I generally do. Okay, I want to test the tones of this, so I can real quick show how I do that. I usually make another layer and then pull my cursor all the way to white, drop this in, and then set this to saturation, and you can test your tones. This works much better than doing your brightness and hue, because when you do this, you can it's one layer that you can toggle back and forth, and also when you do this, you have a really easy way to know exactly what your tones are, whereas when you do saturation and brightness and everything, you can mess with your tones without knowing it, and sometimes those tones aren't true to what's in the piece. So if you're ever working just tonally like this and you want to see what your tones look like, this is a good way to do it. This is also tends to be the way that I make my my stuff look more cohesive, by bumping down the saturation. You see how that just makes everything look more like one thing. But if you want to look at your tones, this is a good way. So that's what I normally do. I'm gonna finish this cup of coffee. Actually, no, I've got about half cup left. Cool. I do have more coffee in the coffee pot right now. I made to stay up all night. Not all night, but all day after being up all night. I made a 10 pot of coffee in my coffee maker, and I am down to, I think, cup like 4. Like this is cups 4, or cups 5 and 4 right now in my coffee cup, because my cup holds 2 cups. So I'm gonna finish this piece whether or not my body wants me to, because I need the other reason I am doing this and I'm streaming until this piece is done is because I need to do other work, and this piece is holding up my other work, and I can't think about my other work without this piece being done. So alright, I'm going to merge all the visible to new layer. This is where I get to start having fun blending stuff. I love blending. I love blending with the brushes that I have now. They're very fun. Blur and blend. I have this texture blend, but I don't think I need that. I'm gonna use the Psy blend for right now. Psy blend also has some texture to it, but it's a little bit less textured than the very textury blends. I used to use almost exclusively Paint Tool Psy, so this is very fundamentally like nostalgic for me because I loved Psy back when it was a thing. It's still a thing. You can still use Paint Tool Psy. It's just that like after Clip Studio and after like buying it and having it for all these years, I have no reason to get back on Psy. But I loved Paint Tool Psy, like, and still do. Like that, it is a really good drawing program. It's so good for painting, so good for painting. Whereas like Clip is kind of an all-purpose tool at this point. Like they've added a lot of stuff to Clip to make it very all-purpose, but Paint Tool Psy was like specifically for very painterly illustrators, and I went hog wild with Paint Tool Psy. It was so nice, such a good program. But so I have like this brush and a couple other brushes that mimic Psy, because I at times I do miss it. I do miss Paint Tool Psy a lot. Because especially blending, I feel like for some reason no drawing program has gotten blending down the way that Psy did. Like, I don't know why that's a thing. I don't understand like what Psy did to make their blending that good, but it was just so good. Like, something about the blending in Psy was just always spot on. Like, I never had problems blending in that program, ever, not once, and it just was always perfect. Like, I loved Psy so much. I'm waiting on Clip Studio to be done saving recovery settings. Oh man. But yeah, I love Paint Tool Psy. I'll have to at one point log back onto Paint Tool Psy and see what I can do in their program now. Cause I stopped using it when I downloaded Clip, but I remember this like very almost emotional moment, like when I downloaded Clip and like had like it was months later, but I had to delete Psy from my programs because it was taking up too much space, and this was on my old computer too, the one that I had to use for school, and I remember it was like a modded version of Psy as well, and I was so upset that I had to delete it, and it was very emotional because I used that for literally everything back when I was like a young bappy artist. I was like, this is the program for me, and then I met Clip Studio and I was like, oh, I was incorrect. Like, Clip Studio is great, and I want it to have all the features that Photoshop has right now, and I hope that over time that the people who work on Clip can make those a reality. Like, I really want the what's it called, photo merge tool in Clip, because that would negate the need for Photoshop at all. But until then, I feel like there's no replacement for Psy for me. Like, no matter how much I grow to love Clip Studio, it's like, nah, still doesn't replace Psy. And I feel super nostalgic about it, because it was like you always have that one art program where it's like, this was my first Babby's first art program, and Psy was that for me. Like I also had Adobe products when I was younger because my mom was a teacher, so I did have like Photoshop and everything like that. But like Photoshop fundamentally, I don't think is good for art, and like I'm sure so many people are gonna disagree with me, but I've never been able to make Photoshop art, at least in my style, look good. And I don't know what I'm doing wrong, and it might just be that like I was never taught how to use Photoshop for art. But like I don't like Photoshop. I don't like drawing in it. I don't like using it. I don't like the brushes. Don't like how the brushes work. Don't like it. So I had Photoshop, but I never used it for art. I used Psy for literally everything. And even when it was just like small stuff, it was just like, merge this, or like do this for a class project or whatever. I would use Psy anyway, even though like it's not the most intuitive tool for certain photo things. I would still use it. Yeah, like I don't. Thanks for agreeing with me, saying Photoshop just doesn't look good. I don't know why. I don't know why. Like, if you nailed me down and like made me tell you what I don't like about Photoshop, I couldn't. Like, I don't know what it is. I've never been able to sit down and like pinpoint what exactly about Photoshop just looks bad to me, but it looks bad. It looks bad, dude. Like, every time I make art in Photoshop, I'm fundamentally upset with the result. Like, I never feel like my art looks good when I use Photoshop. Never. Like, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong, and no one's been able to tell me. And I went to art school. Like, I have professors that should have been able to tell me this, and they were like, yeah, you're doing all the right things. And I'm like, why does it still look like garbage? I don't... And I had people try to teach me to use Photoshop, and I was like, cool, so you can make your own brushes. And then I found out you could do that in Clip Studio, and I was like, okay, so Photoshop is obsolete, is what you're telling me. Like, as soon as I started making brushes in Clip, I was just like, cool, so I never need to touch Photoshop again. Great, awesome, never gonna. Yeah, like, um, you're right. Like, the interface is not bad in Photoshop. The interface is nice and professional and clean. I don't hate that. In some ways, it's a little bit more professional than Clip. I feel like Clip, sometimes, like, Clip is definitely a, started as a small, like, free indie drawing platform, you know, and it has that look. It looks like that's what it started as, because it did. um, Photoshop does have this professional, clean interface that is easy to use and very user friendly, which I like. All the tools are kind of easy to access, at least like base Photoshop. Um, like everything looks nice and is put together, and then you like start drawing with it, and everything, like you said, looks rastery and like off in the worst ways. Like, it just doesn't look right. And when the more you try to fix it and blend it, the more the blending looks off. And like all the brushes that I ever used in Photoshop also always looked um fake. Like I would try to use brushes that mimicked watercolor, or brushes that mimicked gouache or oil paint or whatever. And they just wouldn't look like any of those mediums. They would look like a digital brush. And like I could tell that it was a digital brush when I was looking at the brush strokes. And I was like, the entire point of making a brush that looks like traditional art is so that it looks like traditional art. But for some reason that just went over Photoshop's head. So all of their like quote traditional art brushes never looked right either. And then eventually I tried using Photoshop to do very highly blended speed paint like art, like a long time ago, back when I was in art school still. And for that it was okay, but again, it's like highly blended speed paint art. So it's like if that's not your style, don't use Photoshop. And I just, there's so many people that are like weird shills for Photoshop, and I'm like, why do you use this? It isn't conducive to your art style at all. Like Photoshop, terrible. But it's like, it's not bad for like I've got brushes in here where it's where I've got like speed paint brushes. Let me find them. Are they here? No, they're not in blending. Are they in blur? No. Maybe they're in oils. Like these, like soft rectangle and soft oval, these two brushes are both speed paint brushes. And there are brushes like that that are exactly like that in Photoshop. Like, one for one. Same exact brush. And, like, if that's the brush you normally use, you can use Photoshop. Like, it's just that it won't have any of the other stuff that Clip Studio has. So it's like, for me, what is the point unless I am only using those brushes? And there are people that only use that brush. Like, there are artists I know that literally only use that brush. They're like, I want this one very blended, soft brush that is extremely waxy and extremely oil paint. And I'm like, cool, if that is the only brush you use and you only use one brush, like, but then at that point, right, if you only use one brush, what is the point of purchasing Adobe for Photoshop when you could just get that brush on Clip and use Clip, or use any other brush that looks like that one? Like, I know people that use singular brushes, and like, I technically fall into that category too, because I also use technically brushes, but oh no, bad allergy time. Have better allergy time? I don't know, but I hope allergy get better, do a better allergy. But yeah, like, there's like, I technically fall into the category of people that that use singular brushes, because this entire painting that you're looking at right now was done with literally this pencil brush. But I'm also doing blending with different brushes now, but most of the time I use like singular brushes. And yet I still wouldn't use Photoshop even if I could find a brush mimicker for the exact brush that I was currently using for this. I still would just be like, yeah, there's no point, because like, Adobe is so prohibitively expensive. Like, why would I ever touch that? So it's weird. Photoshop is bad time. Like, I can't fathom using it seriously. Like, I know people who use it and love it, and I'm sure that they think it's great. I'm sure that they do, but I don't think I will ever be able to use Photoshop and like take the program seriously, because I just have so many poor memories with it, and of like being very frustrated and trying my best to make stuff look good and it just coming out hot garbage, and just being like, what am I doing wrong? And people being like, nothing, and me being like, neat. So like, what you're telling me is that Photoshop is just a terrible program. Cool. Doing good on the blending. It's actually it's starting to come together. It's looking pretty good. It does have a bit more that I need to do color-wise, because it's not monochrome, but I feel like there is just slightly something that needs something that, like, it needs something, and I can't figure out what. But maybe I will over time. There's just something that's like slightly off. Like, obviously I need to do a bunch of small detail work with it and things like that, and that's gonna happen 100%, but like, there is something about it that just needs tweaking in the color department. Like, I love the colors I chose. I don't think I'm gonna change any of them, but I might amp up a few areas or make some saturation changes or some highlight and low light changes to make it pop a little bit more, because this color palette's not bad. What if I look at this? I had more blues in the palette that I was gonna use, but like this is essentially the background color I was using. These greens are in here. This blue, like these blues are the only ones that I don't think I've used yet. These like lighter blues, and I feel like this blue and this blue are so similar that it doesn't matter. But like for the most part, I've used the color palette that I planned on using. It just seems like there's like a couple bits that are just off slightly. Might have to use some different colors here to make everything kind of pop a little bit better. I might add some like effects with those blues to make the shadows look a little bit nicer and things like that. Also, blending. But yeah, when I go into the blending phase, yeah, maybe add pink to the cloth he's holding. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about adding like accent tones in places, because like since I'm still doing blending, I don't want to put too much detail in yet, since a lot of this is going to be mushed and pushed around since it's kind of oil paint. But I was thinking when I do the blues, because the tattoo colors are also going to be like an off blue as well, because right now I just have the light tones and the scarification of the tattoos. I don't have any of the actual colors of the tattoos themselves. So when I do those, I'm going to do a slightly off blue for those, and I think I'm going to use that same kind of blue in that as well to like tie everything together. So put like maybe some red in this trim and some blue in this trim, and then put some blue, and that's going to be on here, some over here and some over there, and then I might put some blue and red trim here as well, just to like tie everything so that it looks together, so that it looks all one piece. I'm also going to, just for giggles, I'm going to take the blue, because I also have this overlay layer for the mirror, which lightens a lot of this area up, and there's going to be, I'm going to take like a straight up white and streak it across the mirror as well. But I'm like making sure I know that I have that as well, because that's going to make the area a bit lighter in that area too. But I'm going to take this blue and this brown that I've already got in the palette here, and I'm going to do as soon as Clip Studio is done loading, I think I'm gonna do like a gradient tone over this whole piece, and I might do an overlay layer on it just to make that pop a little bit. Hopefully St. Lawrence shower makes them not allergy time as much. That'd be nice. Oh man, my allergies have been really bad too. That's part of the reason why my throat is really dry, other than the fact that I'm super tired. My allergies have just been absolutely atrocious recently. So, and I think it's all this rain and moisture and wet everywhere, because I am heavily allergic to mold. So whenever there's like a bunch of rain and I living in the South, whenever there's a bunch of rain, I always get really bad allergies. So foreground to this, I'm gonna tone this like that. Clip Studio decided to quit again. Why? Why, Clip? Why do you like this? Okay, neat. Finally got that done. Then... Oof. Ooh, that's some fun mood lighting. Okay. Sometimes I just like to do this to see what it looks like when I do stuff like this. Because sometimes you can get, like, this is really neat, and I might do this for the mirror. Like, I might select the mirror and do something like this for it. But sometimes you can get some really neat lighting choices by just like doing an overlay layer. Okay. If I... Yeah, I kind of like that. Because I feel like the other issue is that it was leaning super yellow, but I didn't want to get rid of the yellow of the candles. So I'm gonna kind of erase out spots where the candles are lit and spots on the chandelier. Just to lay that down. Alright. Yeah, I think that is gonna be a real good thing. And then, while I'm at it, I might as well go in and lay the... I don't want to mess with the mirrors too much right now. I think I need to finish doing the blending and getting everything squared away. But I will go back and do an overlay on that mirror to make it function better. The other reason I'm running through and doing some blending stuff is because I have some like really chunky parts throughout here from only using that one pencil brush. Because that one pencil brush is just... It's such a good brush. Like, I love that pencil brush so much. So, but the only downside to using it all the time is that you do get these like funky parts where things aren't very blended. So like if you want something to fall back into the background, it's a little harder to do. So, because you can see back here, I've got all these like very scratchy bits. A lot of this is going to be taken up by the mirror itself, but and usually that one pencil brush that I was using is the brush that I use to paint faces, because I've found that I don't blend when I work often. So when I am painting faces a lot of the time, like people think that you need to heavily blend faces when you're doing them. It's actually the opposite, I've found. They look more realistic. Like, yeah, you do a little bit of blending like I'm doing on the cheeks here and things like that. But you actually really want these like chunks of color so that it reads, because there's like a couple ways to paint faces and get them to look very like legit. And like one of the ways is to do heavily blended to the point where there's no color tones in the face, which is a style. Like some people do that where it's almost like, I want to say almost cut out, or like sort of anime tone where like you just pick a color for the skin, and that's the face. And that's one way to do it. And the other way is to put in color tones that represent light and shadow, and I tend to do that way. And when you're working like that, the best thing you can do is not overblend it, because when you overblend working like that, you get rid of your tones and your lights and shadows and stuff. But like, gosh, blending Blending is so fun. It's like, it's super fun, but like you do have to, like, I have to hold myself back from over blending a lot of my like face shapes and things like that, or else you just end up with things looking kind of muddy. And I was also getting, like, earlier before I put that blue down, the overlay layer that's on top of this right now, things were looking a little muddy to me, so I thought it needs something to pop out. So I'm gonna be mitigating that muddiness by not over blending any of this. I love like hearing the titles of the songs that are playing in the background, because like obviously my or like seeing the titles, but obviously Pretzel, the app that I use to listen to music while I stream, places whatever I'm listening to in the chat, and it's phenomenal to hear, like, oh, you're listening to this, and I'm like, okay, like this one being Doom Grove, like, and I remember this song because I remember liking it the last time I was streaming too. I remember thinking it was very nice. Sometimes I hate when I program my tablet to do a thing where you touch the side and it scrolls, because it'll auto scroll me down to the bottom of what I was working on. Okay, neat. Alright, so we got that. Up here I don't think I need too much blending. I just need to get rid of these brush strokes where I pulled a brush that was way too thick across here, and it leaves these sort of like jaggedy strokes. Get rid of those. Alright, neat. And also going to fix up some bits. Yeah. Fix up some parts here. We need to darken the edges of this pillow. I'm gonna go back to my trusty brush, my greasy pencil. Darken the edges of a pillow. Gosh, I just really love this this pencil brush. It's so nice. It's one of those things where it's just like, someone made this brush for me. This is actually one I didn't make, so at least I don't think I did. If I did, thanks past me, but I'm pretty sure this is one I downloaded. Looks a lot better. Just like everything very, very slightly blended. Just very slightly. I also love doing stuff like this where I have a multiply layer. Or not multiply, a normal layer of just everything, all of the stuff over top, that just makes everything a little bit easier to see, to have like, oh, all these things are all together. But yeah, that blue overlay helped a lot, made everything look a little better. I'm also gonna go in and fix up skin tone a little bit more, because I do need to, because the figure posed with the back to us is a little bit too dark, so I'm just gonna very gently drop in some tone that needs to be down here, and hit overlay. That's not what I want. Add, and throw this, punch this back. Since this is a foreground figure, it's okay if it's darker, because this part would actually be in shadow anyway. But I just want to brighten up the skin over here just a tad bit. I feel like it's just that much too dark, just slightly. And I'm also gonna brighten this hand because it would be right in the foreground with the candles. This area would also be slightly brighter. And I'm going to, instead of using that, I'm going to use my softer brush to like very gently lay in the brightness, and a watercolor blending brush to blend it out. This is the one good thing that watercolor brushes have in Clip, is that they're super good for blending. I think they work so well for blending. This side of the face would be lit, over here would be, and right here would be. Cool. Oh yeah, I have this brush too. Oh, this is what I should be using. I'm gonna use this from now on. This is also a very neat brush. It's got a cool texture to it that I love. This is a very good brush if you like to paint. Now that this overlay layer did darken everything quite a bit, so I'm also going to drop in another layer to brighten everything. So I'm going to light. Nah, I feel like this might be the wrong tone for what I want to do. Now that I've lightened everything, I'm only going to do a 10% lightening on stuff. I'm also going to go in with a soft eraser and erase out bits that don't need to be lightened anymore, which are down here in the corners, over by corners of stuff. just to make sure that everything is only lit when it needs to be. Okay. Then, I really want to lay some color on like lips and on the face area that is very gosh, loading. Freaking Clip Studio. Yes. Swamp Stomper. Exactly. Ooh. We are a few minutes from midnight, actually. Well, according to one clock, it's 12:05, and according to the other one, it's 11:53. So, happy midnight, I guess. You made it to the midnight time, I guess. We have crossed over the threshold. I plan to... I'm pretty sure I'll be mostly done with this by like probably 2 a.m., 1 to 2 a.m., and that's not bad. You know, that's not a bad point to be done with this at. That's working on it for today alone. That would have been 5. Today alone, that's only like 8 hours, because I started a little bit late. So yeah, like 8 or so hours of stream is not a bad amount of time to finish all the colors on a piece. Don't hate that. Because literally, I've had pieces like this take me like, way longer than 8 hours. I've had pieces that, yeah, it is midnight. I've had pieces that took me like days and days for the color. So I'm glad to have some, like, actually somewhat happy with the way the color is working. I'm also gonna blue out some areas around here. Not too much. Just like slightly. There's also some blues in here that I'm gonna take and kind of like very gently place across, because I feel like this character does have like some blue like undertones to things that I want to like maintain on the skin, and not have it just go immediately pink. So I'm just gonna add back in some of that blue, some of those undertones, because I do have, like, especially from this far pose here, this one was starting to go extremely pink. So I'm just gonna and then pop those down a little bit. Okay. What else needs done? I mean, at this point, the background's pretty close to being done, because it's the background. So I'm just going to end up blurring out a lot of it anyway. Not like fully blurring, but using like the blur tool on it to make it fit with everything. Make it not as textural. Like, I like the texture, but to make it not draw away from the texture of everything else. Like, not draw attention away from the face and the figure and all that. So I'm gonna be probably fixing the background for the next like half hour or so, so it doesn't draw attention away. And then I need to, after I do that, well, I mean, I could probably, before I fix the background up, I could probably fix up the parts of the face that need just like a lot, like touch-ups from all these layers, so that they're like nice and clean and good to go. I think I'll do that. Give the faces like their final kind of pass over, make sure they're all good to go, and then clean up the background. Yeah, probably do that. Yeah, Mel told me that he usually draws them with blue undertones. I know. I asked Mel what the skin color was because I didn't want to get it wrong. So I was like, what is skin? So I wanted to make sure that I had those blue tones in there. Like, technically his skin is still people skin, is what Mel said, but it's like slightly blue people skin. So what I'm doing right now is I'm doing a technique that I usually do for like vampire characters, and then adding in the blue. And this is also what I do for one of my ball jointed doll characters, and just having it be like this kind of still person adjacent, but with like these bluish greens in it and like some undertones with it and stuff like that. So I'm gonna be doing that. Let's see what else needs to be done up here. I need to add in some lighter tones in the chandelier, so I'm gonna do that. Actually, I need to add in the add glow in the chandelier, which makes it look shiny. So we'll do that first. This is one of my favorite steps when you have a shiny surface. And I've done this a couple of times on this chandelier, but not to this extent. Because make shiny things shiny is one of my favorite steps when I'm drawing. We're getting into the time of tired where like I can focus, like I can hyper focus, but my brain is not on person adjacent. Yeah, I mean, that it's essentially right. I have a lot of person adjacent characters, so I figured this is it's person adjacent. You make a thing, and you're like, this is technically a person. It just sort of. It's one of my favorite terms for characters like this, because I have other friends who have a lot of robot characters who are like, he's person adjacent, and so I started picking that up and using it for stuff. Gosh, my throat. Ugh. It's mostly the tired gets to me. Yes, exactly. This bitch can fit so much shiny in him. I love shiny. I love add shiny to art. It is my favorite. It is my favorite to do. Like, I should just be told to add shiny to every art. Please let me add shiny to all arts. Alright, I'm gonna go back over this. Oh yeah, this blue really works. Okay, I'm gonna go through and like strategically erase parts of this blue overlay that I did, because it's starting to make the chandelier look gray. And I don't want that. I do want it to look gold. So I'm just gonna very gently, like the gray can stay for parts of it, but just wanna carefully keep that just slight gold tone. Yeah, that's better. Yes. Yes, correct. Correct. I am Tamatoa from Moana. That is, yes, you're right. You're correct. You have found me. That is who I am. Uh, God, I love that crab so much. I don't know if anyone knows, like, I'm sure people know, but that crab, people, there's a theory that Tamatoa is the reincarnation of Ursula, and I'm not sure if I believe it, but, like, I can see it. I can see it. Like, I saw a video on it once, and I was like, you know, normally I'm not here for Disney theories, because usually they're like just edgy for edgy's sake. They're like, your childhood was a lie, everything is bad, or like, you know, and I don't like that so much. But like with the Tamatoa one, I was like, you know, you're not, like, I can't disprove that. You're not wrong. And a lot of the points that they brought up about it was that the color palette and the fact that Tamatoa breaks the fourth wall repeatedly, in a way that's like just very odd for like a Disney film where no one else breaks the fourth wall, and things like that happen to him multiple times. He also does it after the credit sequence, and so they were like, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that like Tamatoa has died before. Otherwise he would, like, why would he be in the realm of monsters? Because it was supposed to be the realm of the dead when Disney was originally working on Moana, and like all kinds of stuff like that, where it's like, this is an already dead creature that breaks the fourth wall and knows a little too much about the world, which means it's got to be someone that's been alive, and like the conclusion that the video person presented was, it's Ursula reborn into a crab body. And I'm like, you know, like, after seeing the video and like rewatching Moana once, I was like, I can't disprove it. I don't want to believe it, but like, so much evidence is there that I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna trust this video person. And normally I don't do that. Normally I'm just like, yeah, you're wrong, you're bullshitting, you just want content. But like, that got me. That theory got me. There's not a lot of theories that can get me, because normally you see a theory online and you're like, yeah, but you missed stuff. But like, this one didn't miss a beat and was like very, very on point with a lot of the theory stuff. A lot of the theory craft was very, very well done. I don't remember who did it. I don't remember what video, like what the name of the channel or anything was. But I just, it was good. It's a good video. If you can find a video about Tamatoa secretly being Ursula, watch it, because it might change your mind about some things about Moana. But it was a very, like, I was watching it and I was like, very moment. I like that it's midnight now, because now it just seems, now it's just like, this just reminds me of being at school and staying up super late to do my homework, because I had homework that was ridiculous many hour long, and I never had time to do it, and this just feels like that. Feels like being in college again. being in university again, having homework to do. Alright, I'm gonna throw... Yes, the Jeremy Bearimy of theories, yes. Very much so. Actually, like, the odd thing about this is that, like, the person went through and, like, explained out the timeline of how Ursula would get in the water to where Tomatoa is and be revived, and like all this, like, it was heavily detailed. I was like, oh okay, like we're trying to prove this, like we're actually, it's not like this isn't game theory, like we actually have evidence for stuff. But yeah, it was like super interesting to watch. I hope whoever made it like really enjoyed it, because whoever made that theory, you did a good job. I hope you really like Moana. I was a nerd. I was very much a nerd. I am still very much a nerd. We are all aware of this. Correct. You are right. We are all very aware of the fact that I am a nerd. I am a dungeon master for 4 D&D campaigns at this point. Never done a homework once in my entire life. I wish I hadn't. I wish I had not done a homework in my life. I wish I had not let the prison of school get a hold of my brain and my body. That would have been nice. Now I'm finally to the point where I'm just like eyedropper tool and like collecting colors and dropping them down. Yeah, that theory video. I remember that. That thing was so long. Gosh. That was so long ago too, when that theory video came out and everyone was talking about it. Correct. University eats soul and money. I mean, okay, but like, also, what do you expect when like I should have known better than going to school with Paula Wallace there, because Paula Wallace eats money. Like, legitimately, like, I'm pretty sure that's what she has as, like, a garnish on her salads. It's just, like, money. She rolls up into McDonald's and is like, can you just put a bunch of $5 bills on my salad? Not $1 bills. They gotta be 5s. And I want my drink to be made of blended $20 bills. And, like, I'm pretty sure... I wish I had, like, known of this woman before I went to school, honestly. Alright, we gotta give the boy eyebrows. He's gotta have eyebrows, and they can't be the eyebrows that he has currently, because the ones he has currently aren't the right color. So I'm gonna make another color layer and fix the eyebrow color. Much better. Same with over here. Just to make it also the same, like, grayish color as the skin. And I'm gonna put that underneath the painterly marks I just made. Yeah, you're right. Everything Paula Wallace eats is covered in 24 karat gold foil. That's right. That sounds about right. I would also heavily believe that she, like, refuses to eat unless there is someone in the room who can witness her eating the exorbitant amounts of money and gold foil. She's like, no, I need someone to watch me do it. I need someone to be here, preferably a poor person, to watch me eat this and give me an award for eating this. The one good thing about graduation, though, is that now that I'm graduated, I can say everything that I want to say about this school. Which you can't do when you're in school. You get scolded heavily for saying any bad things about the school itself or about the person who runs it. So I'm just very glad that I can say whatever I want now. Oh, that's a Hoshi noise. I just heard a baby. It's a baby. You got paint in your hair, haha. That's the one upside of doing digital art. No paint in my hair. I don't have to worry about that. Although, I do occasionally get things stuck in my hair when I'm doing digital art. The other day I was working on a piece and I stuck my pen in my hair and forgot it was in there, and my hair is so textured and so, like, curly that I just, like, stuck it in my hair, couldn't feel it, forgot it was in there, and then couldn't find my pen for, like, an hour. Rip to you. F in chat for getting paint in your hair. I would myself put an F in the chat, but am busy. I'm almost to the point where I'm almost done with a lot of the stuff I needed to do with this. So I'm like just finding little, like, small things that I can tweak and fix right now. But It's so close to done. I just got a message. Who messaged me? Cool. Just got a message from a friend. Had to respond to that. I'm just sitting here texting on stream like, hope you're having fun. No. But since I'm streaming for like multiple hours at a time, I like to, you know, occasionally look away from my drawing screen and answer messages and stuff. We're entering quiet hours of stream now, where I just sit with my mouth agape, staring. Oh no, audio cut out. Let me look at the thing. Yeah, audio's fine now. Cool. But yeah, we're entering quiet hours of stream where I just like stare mouth agape at my art. Unsure of what else to do. Happens frequently. Do need to do a little bit more blending. I'm gonna have to merge all the layers to do that again though. Yeah, I might as well, and then I might as well do the mega blur that I was gonna do. I am not a slave to capitalism right now though. I'm not. Because I'm not getting paid right now to do this. I wish I was, but I'm not getting paid to do this. So I am technically not a slave to capitalism. So I can look at my texts whenever I want. Yeah, me too. I love this vanity so much. I want it in my own house. Like and like the research images that I used for this vanity is epic. I love it so much. Okay, gonna use a really strong. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna go in and duplicate this layer, and then use a really strong blur. And I'm using this extremely strong blur to, one, blend, and two, make it so that everything looks cohesive, looks like one piece. think after this it's just going to be select, push, and pull colors, and then add in the details on the markings. Select, push, and pull colors is another one of my favorite steps, because it's one of the steps where like it slowly starts becoming an actual piece, which I love a lot. So this blur, it's not like incredibly strong, but it's strong enough that if you zoom, you can see that it just kind of like softens everything. And then I'm also going to add a stronger blur on another layer. Duplicate this one. If it'll duplicate it, and then that should soften things even more. And I'm gonna make it pretty big, and that just blends and softens. So I'm gonna make it a 25 and see if that's big enough. If it's too big, I'll take it back, but waiting for this blur to take effect. Oh, Clip Studio, why dost thou betray me? Also, soon I'll have all of these edited, since this is going to be the last one. I have edited all the rest of these so that they are all put together on one file, and I'm gonna release like a big mega VOD of working on this piece on YouTube. And then I'm also going to, yeah, there we go, that's the amount of blur that I was looking for. I'm gonna actually delete this one because I feel like this is the right amount of blur, and then I'm just gonna soften all the lines with this blur, and you'll see if I take this away, pretty harsh, put it back on, nice and soft. But there are going to be places where I don't want this blur to be, so I am gonna just like pick out some detail spots where I don't want blur. So, but yeah, I'm gonna be releasing the VOD of this so that it can be watched all at once and be put together and all that. And that should be out soon, and then I'm going to also release like a speed paint version, so it can be watched pretty much. There we go. So it can, all of this can be watched like either speed paint with no music and talking, or VOD version with music, talking, all that stuff. Because I figured it'd just be a better way to see it if we could just speed through parts. Because I know that like some of this is just me blabbering on and at the software and chattering and stuff, so there are some times where it's like, yeah, it'd be nice to skip over some of that, so I get that. We're back to savoring recovery information again. This is just so much. Why is Clip Studio like this? I also think I need to add a bit more light in some places, because I can see that like on the trousers and the absinthe green vanity, the lighting looks great, and on the armoire as well, on the mirror post that's sitting there, that looks great, but some of the lighting on the character looks a little off. I need more yellow light in places, so I'm going to add that too after I'm done with the fixing the blur. And the other reason why I add this blur in is because it also helps me blur out the background later. So I add this in and I set it at like a certain depth, like a certain opacity percentage, and then I can add in another blur on top that is literally just the central points, which is what I just did. I duplicated the blur, so it's going to have multiple layers of blur on it that just kind of like coalesce and go into one, and it's going to be real subtle. Like, when I'm using blur, and I guess my advice for blur is like never over blur what you're working on, because if you over blur again, it can look extremely muddy. So I like to not get to that state when I'm using the blur, so using the blur tool just like very sparingly. And then I'm gonna add in the tattoos and fix up some bits where the darkest parts of the figure have gotten messed up, and then overlay the mirror shine and add the shine to the mirror, and then from there we should be off to the races. It should be done. I might actually get this done before 2 a.m. depending on how fast I work. But this is also a benefit of working from that Payne's Gray, because you can make stuff done very quickly, which is very nice. Come on, blur. Come on, blur tool. Come on, saving recovery information. You know that you don't need to take this long. Oh man, what else have I been doing? Oh, a friend of mine started playing Hades and has wanted me to get into it, and I have not bought the game yet, so I haven't played it, and I'm very bitter about it because all throughout art school I was told that no one wants to see more information about Greek gods, that all of those stories have been told, and that you will never get a marketing director or anyone to buy a story about Greek gods from you. I was told point blank to stop writing the story that I was writing, called Zagreus, about Greek gods, because no one would want it. And then I went back to my final class and someone was literally doing a Hades and Persephone story, and I was so upset. So I was very bitter about Hades for a long time because I felt like Hades was the pinnacle of everything I was told that I wasn't allowed to do, and it made me so upset. But I've gotten into it. I've noticed that like a lot of aspects of it are very up my alley. So I haven't played the game, but I love the characters, and I've started doing some like minor Hades fan art, which I might show someday, eventually. But Hades is a good game. Like, no matter how salty I am about the Greek god thing, I like Hades. It's a fun game. It's a fun romp. So it's very good. But yeah, I've gotten into that recently. Everyone's been asking me who my favorite character is, and Charon, and also Thanatos probably, and also Ares. Ares is cool. Like, not like for personality reasons, but 'cause they attractive. So yeah, Charon probably is the one that I love the most for personality. But still, good game. I would recommend like looking into it if you haven't yet, because it's a very neat game. Like very neat mechanics and things like that. And though I can't play it and I won't play it, like I can't play it right now because I don't have money to pay for the game, and I won't play it because of the way that I was tortured in school for my ideas. It's from what I can see, it's worth the price tag. So, but that's been my most recent like game romp, other than playing Spyro and being mad about it. Ooh, and also Pikmin. I love Pikmin so much. I'm so happy that that Pikmin is now on Switch. Like I'm ecstatic. Pikmin is one of those games that I started out with when I was a wee babe, and it's like Spyro. Like those two games, I have such good memories of like playing video games with my dad from them. So like love me a Pikmin, love me a Spyro. It's just so good, so good. So yeah, I don't really have that much video game news. I haven't played anything other than Animal Crossing in months, because Animal Crossing is a good game. And I know like most people stopped playing Animal Crossing, so I've been playing just alone. Like I haven't even been visiting anybody or going to anyone's island, because everyone's playing by themselves. So I've just been by myself on my own little islands, doing some design work and stuff, and trying to get all of the DIYs. And it's been great. Like I love Animal Crossing. Come on, don't freeze now, computer. Thank you. I'm gonna check my stream real fast, make sure the mic's working. Yep, everything's still going. Cool. I just want to gently blend some of this because it's getting a little muddy, a little too out of hand. Sometimes you run into this with doing the method that I do, which is just to slap down color instead of doing the all over color method. It'll get a little muddy just because you have like several layers of color slapped down. So I like to go in and blend all those layers together so that it doesn't look as muddy and textury. Like you can have some texture, but it's good to get everything all on one page so it doesn't look weird. So I'm gonna be doing that a little bit, fixing that up. Yeah, I've seen a lot of really good stuff about Baldur's Gate, actually. Like I don't know anything about it, but like literally everyone is just like, oh, if you like making character customization stuff, Baldur's Gate, great character stuff. A lot of friends that I know play it and really enjoy it, but I don't think it's my kind of game. Like other than the character customization, it's kind of like oh, I'm gonna get blackballed for saying this. Oh my god. It's almost like Dragon Age, where it's like, wow, character stuff fun. Hate this game though. I'm ready for all of Tumblr to cancel me. Congratulations, go ahead. You can do so. For the what, like I think this is the 6th time I've been canceled on Tumblr for something I said. Usually related to media, but yeah, no, I hate Dragon Age, and I feel like, not content wise, but I feel like by like game standard wise, that Baldur's Gate is same feel, where it's like, I like the customization. This is not a game for me, but it looks cool. I also am really into like survival horror games recently. So I've been watching a lot of Let's Plays of those and playing a couple of them. And obviously I play Among Us every once in a while. Like, who doesn't? Among Us is a great game. Why wouldn't you play it? So like I've been on Friend Among Us servers and things like that. But I really haven't played that many video games because I've been so busy with D&D, with my campaigns, that I kind of put video games on the back burner other than Animal Crossing. And like, Animal Crossing is great. I love Animal Crossing. Fun game. A lot of people lost interest in it, and like I don't blame them, because like I know that people are like this with video games, but Animal Crossing is a game that like I don't think I can lose interest in. Like occasionally I do, where I'm like, oh, I'm bored of doing the same things every single day in my game, but like I can't lose interest in Animal Crossing for very long. Every Animal Crossing game I've ever had, I always go back to because it's like comfortable and safe for me. So it's just it's a well-designed game, and it's made for that like comfort level. And like when I feel the ADHD tug to do something else, I just do something else. Like when it comes to Animal Crossing, I don't tend to force myself to play. I treat Animal Crossing kind of like I treat like daily chores, if that makes sense. Like I allot myself time to play, usually in the morning after I do my morning routine. I'm like, cool, I get a half hour to play Animal Crossing, and then that's all I'll play in the day. And I do time travel occasionally, but I don't like majorly time travel or anything like that. And I don't do anything more than just like my daily 30 minutes. Because like I feel like if I did more than that, if I spent, like I did when the game came out, if I spent days on end on the game, I would cease playing it, because I would be overwhelmed with it. So I've like allotted myself certain amount of time to play the game so that I don't get bored of it. Because I also know that I am poor and I can't afford to buy many video game whenever I get bored of the games I have. So I like to mitigate that by like stretching out the games I play as long as I possibly can, strategically. So I tend to delay my Animal Crossing playing and like not time travel, because I also noticed a lot of the people that got bored with playing were people that like time traveled heavily, played for many hours a day, played non-stop constantly, like got all of the items that they wanted for that season, and then had no reason to play, you know? And I was like, I know that I can't let myself do that, or I'll get bored of a game that I spent $65 on that I don't want to be bored of. So I just was like, no, we're not doing that. Not with Animal Crossing. Especially since I've been waiting for a new Animal Crossing game for so long. It's like, nope, I'm going to force myself to play this. And by making it a chore routine, it's given me that like oomph, like that push to continue playing. So I've been playing a lot of Animal Crossing. It's such a good game. So well designed. Very fun. But yeah. Other than that, oh, and like Kingdom Hearts 3. That's the other one I've been playing a lot of. Kingdom Hearts 3 is good. It's a wild ride, but if you played Kingdom Hearts, it's Kingdom Hearts. But yeah. I got Kingdom Hearts 3 when it came out, and I played some of it, and then I watched Let's Plays of it, and I wanted to finish it because I wanted the cool alternate ending, because man, do I love me a mega Final Fantasy confusion ending. But I didn't finish it, so I've given myself over the time that I had to just like sit and play video games. I was like, okay, we're gonna play Kingdom Hearts 3 and we're gonna finish the part of the game that you didn't. So did that. That was good. Ending was nice. Don't understand. Well, no, I shouldn't say that, because I am an original Kingdom Hearts fan. I'm the OG Kingdom Hearts. So like I get the storyline. I think it's stupid, but I get it. But yeah, I played through that. Oh, and I also played Final Fantasy VII, the remake, because love me a Final Fantasy boy. So played all of that. I want the next part of the remake. I am mad that we don't have it all together. I want more. And I'm worried about what they're gonna do with the rest of it. Because I'm worried they're gonna ruin it. But we shall see. God, my throat really, really hurts. It's from the coffee and the dehydration and the not sleep, but God, it's a lot. It just really gets to you. I might like take a talking break here and just like silently work because there's not a lot of people here. But I'm just gonna do the work that I want to do. Kind of get it all shelled out, and then when it's the last like 10 to 15 minutes, I'll get back on and talk. But like I said, it's probably this piece is probably going to be done by 2 a.m. So I don't think it's going to be that much longer because I'm pretty close to done. I just really want the little details to stand out, and that's what I'm working on now. Aw, Lucy says it's past bedtime. Okay. Good night, friend. Thanks for hanging out. I'll finish this up tonight. I will talk to you another time. Like I said, I'm gonna be streaming this until it's done, so no hard feelings about leaving stream. Cause I'll just be here. Ugh. But yeah. Good night. Yeah. Going to do that. Going to do a rest of the voice for a little bit. Okay, good night. What else needs done? Oh yeah, I wanted to drop in and work on the eye color, or not eye color, but the definition of the eyes. Yeah, spend time with Dogtur. I mean, Hoshi is mad at me right now because I'm not on the couch with her, but I think she's also starting to get used to stream day because she started to, when I come over here to stream, when I'm over on my desk, she's begun to just kind of like very gently go lay down and not really be angry at me, which is nice. I'm glad that she's starting to get used to it, get used to the fact that I'm like talking on the other side of the room to nobody. It's also, I think, allergies is what's getting to my throat, so I might real quick go grab like an allergy pill. We're at recovery settings again. I think really putting in the density on the eyes is gonna be a good touch, because right now they get lost in all the tones and textures and everything, so I think really emphasizing the eyes is gonna work out well. And then I'm gonna do some like finishing touching stuff, retouching stuff, and do some select the area and change the tones and things like that, and then go in and fix up everything. I'm so close to being done. Like, and like normally at this point I would zoom way in and do a lot of retouching, but I might not do any of that on stream, because one, I think it's going to be boring, and two, I think all the retouching stuff is actually going to be close to being done, since I did all the blurring beforehand. So I'm just going to go in and do like minor retouching on stream, and then cut it out and finish it off stream. Because it's not going to change all that much from the retouching, because the retouching is just going to mostly be me going in and like where there are parts where the colors overlap in a weird way, just going in and like fixing those up, or like, you know, coloring over them. Because like while I'm zoomed in right here on the ear and we're waiting for the loading, you can see that there's a portion near the ear right here that when I did the original coloring kind of like overlaid, and it's like lighter in the backdrop than it should be. So I'm gonna go in and like zoom pretty far in, like this, and go and retouch areas like that off screen, because there's no reason to watch all of that, and like for the most part it's just gonna be zooming so far in that you're not gonna see the piece. So I'll be doing stuff like that, but right now I'm just gonna fix up some of these little bits, fix up the eyes. Eyes are, when you are working on stuff like this, they are the biggest thing that you have to your advantage, because they are so like easily recognizable that if you don't like fully put a lot of time and effort into them, the whole piece looks off. Like right now when I was zoomed away from it, it looked off. I was like, what about this is so wrong? And then I realized I hadn't touched the eyes since I did all the color manipulation, and so they were looking a little drab, a little like not fully here. So wanted to make sure I have those in, just because also they're gonna draw focus if you darken the eye layer a bit, and it's just gonna help make the rest of this pop really well, to have these really dark eyes with really dark pupils and things like that. I am attempting to rest my voice right now, so I'm being a little bit more quiet. I'm still gonna kind of like describe what I'm doing, but I'm just gonna be quieter. Also because I live in an apartment complex, well not complex, but an apartment like building that is cut up into houses, and the people who live around me probably, I mean like they can always hear me, but like they can probably hear when I talk super loud. So I'm gonna try to tone it down while we're at nighttime, midnight time, just so that is not as rude. Oh yeah, see, that just like pulls everything together in a way that you don't get from not having that definition there. And then I'm gonna add some shines in the eyes too, but I'm gonna do all the eyes like that first. And you can see when I zoom in that there are parts of this where the paint layer is very thin, and you can almost see the sketch over top of it. And that's not uncommon for this style of painting. Oh, we got a zone sweeper. I bet you can hear that. That's the parking space sweeper. Street cleaner thing. It's a good thing I moved my car out of the street today. But yeah, that's a regular occurrence near my house, since I live in a downtown spot that they always sweep the streets. Also, working on the eyes makes it a lot easier for your I guess audience is the right word, but for viewers to empathize with the character you're drawing. So if you really want the character to seem like otherworldly and not humanoid, leave the eyes kind of vague and gestural. It is the easiest way to get that like uncanny valley, like slightly off feeling. Because as soon as you go in here and you start like shading in the pupils, shading in parts of the eyes, adding the darks, adding the lights, adding the bounce light, adding all that stuff, it's gonna immediately read as person. So, and I want like some of that kind of off otherworldly feel for this, so I am using mostly black, since his eyes are black. I'm using that as the primary color, and then I'm not adding very much like color and tone and depth to the eyes, just like that little hint of gray near the bottom. But I'm also adding these like small strokes, small detail strokes, that help bring that definition that the eyes need. I'm also going to add some strokes to the eyebrows because I did lighten them up a little while ago, so I'm just going to very gently add those in. And like I said, I'll come back in here and retouch parts of this later, but I'm just gonna, make sure I got the main bits in. Okay, now time for this set of eyes over here, because there are parts in here where there's like some very chunky bits that need blurred, and some very textural bits that need emphasized, and things like that. That's all stuff I can do off stream. think now I'm gonna go in and do some bulk highlights and shading, or bulk highlights from the candles. So I'm gonna use candlelight color and just kind of, actually, probably better if I use like a big watercolor wash brush. Oh no, that one doesn't work. How about flat brush? Yeah, there we go. Just like adding in the final bits of light that would hit from these candles. I know I've got some in there, but you can always have more. Okay, and then soft light, and drop that down quite a bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and let's see, what else do we need here? I'm gonna just add in the color balance. I mean, I could use curves to do this, but you'll see me mess with colors a lot. This is just something that I always end up doing. Okay, blue? No. Yeah, let's go a little more blue with that step. Okay. Yeah, much better. What is this? Oh yeah, cool. That's that. We're gonna overlay this. Cool. Alright. Then I need to lay in my streaks that run across this. Streaks that run across the mirror. Mirror streaks are really, like, the thing about mirrors is that the color, or the tone of it, always happens to be, like, next to the darkest color is the lightest color. So to get a mirror to look really realistic, I usually just follow those rules. So I've got these like really light stripes here, that I'm blending out now, and then I'm going to drop them down pretty far, and I already have this 35% color here. I'm also going to add in, or I'm going to erase out bits of this as well, so that it tones darker like that. And then I'm going to add in some color layer. That's going to be the overlay. So let's go in and do, how about this blue? Because I know I used it before to do like a gradient. I think I liked how that looked, so I'm just gonna paint on some of it and see if I like it. I think I used lighten. Was it lighten? Yeah, it was lighten. Okay. This is my saturation thing. Oh, there's my color palette. Alright. Something's off about this and I can't figure out what. What happens if I posterize it again? Not much. I don't get much new tones by doing that, but I'm gonna do it, and then I'm gonna go color. Does that do anything for me? I feel like it really doesn't. No, it does make some of the colors brighter. I'm just gonna drop that down so it just stays as an underlayer, and then I'm going to, if I use binarization, what do I get? Okay, right about there you can see everything that I want to be able to see. So alright. I just feel like something's off with these colors. Like, I love the arsenic green cabinet. I love the color of the trousers and the color of the pillow in the background. And the color of the rug in the background. It just feels like there's just one or two things that are off. And I'm not sure what to do. I love using reverse gradient, it's so fun. Yeah, that's about what I thought it would be. Okay. See, if I bring the saturation all the way up, it's like a rainbow in here. If I tone it down to what it was, it's very desaturated. It might just be that the saturation's off. Welcome to I mess with the levels of my painting for a long period of time, because that's usually what happens when I'm done with a painting. I just sit here and screw with the levels for a bit. Let's try an overlay of like a weird green and see if this works. That's such an interesting effect. Not what I wanted, but really cool. problem is I feel like there's not any, like, focus as far as the color goes. Like, if I move to the saturation, there's a lot of pull focus there. You can see it with the light, and the lights down here, and like the little lights right here, all that stuff. It like pulls your eye down. But if I take that saturation off, I run into, it just looks overwhelmingly not focused. I can't figure out why. Oh, there's our buddy, the street cleaner, again. Yeah, I think fundamentally I have, like, most of this done. What is it that is bothering me so much about this? I'm going to do a quick experiment. I'm going to merge all of the layers onto a new layer, and I'm going to mosaic it and figure out what my prevailing color stack is. And I think that's where I'll find my problem. I think there is something up with some of the pull colors that I'm using. Because the greens look great, and the yellows look great, and the blue looks alright. I think there's something up with like the armoire and how it looks semi-purple right now, and also the pillows and how they look very like pink because when I went in with the converting layers, they came out kind of pink, which I don't hate the pink. I just feel like I feel like there's just something off about it. It needs to be altered. Alright, so I'm gonna do filter. Actually, I'm gonna multiply this layer. Or duplicate the layer. Just so that I'm safe. I'm gonna mosaic it and make pretty big tiles. Okay. Yeah, see, if I mosaic it, it looks alright. Doesn't look that bad. These splotches over here are still weird. Let me hit undo, filter, effect, mosaic. I'm gonna push it all the way up now. All the way as high as it can possibly go. Hit OK. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I think what it is, I think I figured it out. I have all these through lines of this yellow in the bright parts. So the yellow in the top here, yellow down here, this yellow bit, these gold bits, this yellow, and I have none on the face. And I'm noticing more and more how that's weird. So I'm gonna put some yellow highlights on the face. Not a lot of them. Like, I do have some yellow here on the face, but I don't have enough for it to look like it's being shown in light. And I think that's what's getting to me. There's no like highlights on the face or any parts of the hair or anything like that look like this character is in candlelight. So I'm just gonna lay in some soft yellows. And I'm gonna blend these out, I think. I don't know to what extent I will blend them, but I will try. I do think this is part of what was the issue. Because if I lay these yellows in, it kind of negates some of that, like, oh, the face is popping into the background situation I was having. So then I'm gonna go, if I go overlay, will that work? And then soften it. Even more. Alright. And then I'm gonna go in with another overlay layer. Gonna extend these lights even further. Down. Yeah, I think that had something to do with it. And then I think I also need some yellow shine on the windows. So I'm gonna pick this up. Throw in a few shine streaks. A few that overlap the character and a few that just kind of like stay. Okay, and add glow. Drop down. We're at 121, so we're very close. Close to the end here. Pals. I can tell we're close too, because I'm sitting here like, what can I fiddle with? I think after I do this bit, I think I'm gonna close stream. So while I'm waiting for this recovery settings to save and all of that, I am going to thank everyone. If you dropped by the stream, if you were in chat, if you're still here, if you're hanging out, it's been great to have you. I'm glad that you came and you listened to me ramble for hours on end while I finished this piece. I'm glad to have the support while finishing this piece, definitely. And I hope that you had fun. I hope that you come to another stream. Maybe I will rant about other video games or other things that made me upset, or other things that I really liked, like Dimension 20 this time and things like that. But, you know, I'm just gonna finish everything out on the stream tonight and call it the end for this piece. I think I'm to a level where if I fiddle with it anymore, I'll ruin it. And I get to this level a lot, and sometimes you just need to tell yourself to stop working on it, that it is done. And my deadline is 2 a.m. today, so I'm gonna stop working on it. It is done. 2 a.m. hits, I'm done with it. So I'm just gonna do that. But yeah, this has been a fun stream of finishing this thing for my friend, finishing commissions, getting everything squared away, talking about my plans for next year, talking about Handbasket, all really exciting fun things. So hopefully next stream I will have some stuff from Handbasket to show, or some headshots to do. I did, some headshots that I could have as examples to show for next stream. Just like all kinds of fun stuff. So hopefully next stream we have more to talk about, more to hang out and do, and also hopefully you like the end of this piece. I'm still sitting here rambling because I'm still waiting for the recovery information to be saved so that I can fix the glow on this thing, and so that I can save it as a file and then do the cutout on it and all that stuff. But yeah, this has been the completion of this. I'm gonna sign it as soon as I can get it done. It sounds like it's about to start raining as well, so finished at just the right time so that I could go make some soup while it rains, soothe my throat. Let's see, what else can I say while I wait for this to load? I stream every Sunday and every Wednesday at 5 p.m. EST. I am always streaming those days unless it's a holiday. During holidays I stream. That means tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. Well, actually tonight technically is New Year's Eve. I'm considering streaming on New Year's Eve. I might. If I do, it'll be a surprise stream. It's not on my calendar. I'm not going to have it on my calendar, so I have set it up so that one, if I do stream, you'll see it on like Twitter or everything like that. Feel free to follow me on Twitter. Links should be in my streaming stuff. If you can't find me, it's just at A Hymn to Humanity on Twitter. But yeah, feel free to follow me there. Feel free to follow me on Instagram. You can find pretty much all of my links by going to the exact same title of thing on another website. So it's always A Hymn to Humanity of some degree somewhere. So you can always find me on every platform with either that phrase or Apollo's hymn or Apollo hymn, or hymn. I'm that everywhere pretty much. But yeah, feel free to follow me, feel free to check it out. If you subscribed to the stream tonight, or you came by and were just lurking, thanks for coming by. Thanks for the subscription. Thanks for the if you follow me and everything. Thanks for the follows. I'm super glad that you're here. I'm glad that you spent your time sitting here with a very, very tired boy while I drank lots of coffee and ranted at you about video games. It means a lot. As you can hear, my voice is kind of going, so I'm gonna wait for this to load. I'm gonna finish things up in silence for the next half hour while my voice goes out. I'm going to turn the music up a bit so that we can all hear it and I don't have to speak over it. And hopefully y'all have a good night. But other than that, it's been a good stream. It's been a great year, and I look forward to, if I don't see you before the end of the year, I look forward to a good one next year too. So let me mute my mic, and thanks for watching. See you guys later.